right messenger to bring the message that we need to hear. Because as we said a few minutes ago off air, better people, better people. And I can't think of any better way than to say that and to convey this wonderful, beautiful conversation that we hopefully will display to those listening all around the world. And we're so humbled that they would choose to, because I know that this is news they can use. And I can't think of a better brother, a wonderful light like yourself to share it and help us and enlighten us to be better, so that we can do better things for our people, our community, and our world. So I'm talking about none other than Mr. Burris, Rodney, that is. How you doing, good brother? Hope all is well. Peace and blessings, man.
Man, I'm glad to be here, man. Is my camera showing up? Is it lagging?
Yeah, no, you good. You good, man.
Good. Man,
Yeah.
said I'm glad to be here with you, man. I've heard a lot about conscious mindset. You actually come highly recommended, man. Somebody that I respect tremendously gave you a shout out and said that, you know, we needed to connect. And so somebody that I heard was good in the industry, and I wanted to make it my business to get on your show, man.
Hey, man, it's an honor and privilege and pleasure. It's
Absolutely.
an honor. And you know, I just want to say this, my brother. You know, there are so many individuals out there doing great work. And I think you are not only an example of that great work, but it's indicative of the belief in yourself. And that's one of the reasons why I want to reach out to you. We've seen over the course of this last 6-7 days how, you know, image is so important, and how people in a matter of moments can shatter their image, and they can change people's whole perception of you.
Yeah, man.
And I think it's extremely important that we take this time not to get into the sensationalism of it, or to be, you know, salacious,
Right.
or to be drama filled, but to use this as a teachable moment, so we can grow and build, so that we can become better men, right? Better leaders, better teachers, better guys, better mentors, better examples. And this is not to throw stones. And that's why I love your work, brother, it's not to throw stones, but it's to use those stones as stepping stones so that we can grow and build even greater constructs, productivity, and abilities for our youth to follow our example. And I think that your work is not only indicative of that, as I've said before, but really you are a catalyst in a transformational way in which we can begin to look at our behavior, how we can use our 86,400 seconds, 1,440 minutes. I don't want to pontificate and signify, my brother, but I can't lie. You're the main man, man, and I can't wait to hear you and learn from you.
Well, Sid, you want to know something, man? Like, first of all, I'm getting a lot of audio feedback on my end. What about you?
Not as much, my brother.
Okay, all right. It sounds, I hear me like back and forth. I feel like I'm competing with myself. Tell myself to be quiet a little bit. So, you know, when I was running track, right? When you're in the starting blocks, so one of your feet are in front and the other one are behind, right? And you need that proper stagger for you to come out, so you can blast off, right? Well, everybody's starting foot and the foot that they thrust off and the foot that's in front is different. Right to left, left to right.
Facts.
And if you don't know that, you could mimic somebody else's and it could work, or it could be 50-50, right? So what they did was they caught us in a natural moment. So what happened over the weekend, right? So what happened was we are just standing around talking. Somebody will come up behind a guy, and whatever foot goes out front, that's the balance, that's your lead foot. That's the foot that you want to bounce at. That's the foot that needs to go front in the starting block.
Right.
But you only know that in the heat of the moment. Right? Your natural self comes out. Well, in order for us to get to the place where our natural self comes out in a way that we can be proud of, in a way that we can stand in the mirror and be like, that's who I am. We can go back and forth about public opinion and all that kind of stuff. But if in the mirror, I'm not showing up the way I'm comfortable, I got to live with it. And the way to get to that is to practice being who I desire to become with intention. And that's a daily thing. It's like eating. It's like brushing your teeth. It's like having these conversations, man. So that's a big part, which is why I love your platform, because you're all about having a conscious, intentional mindset. Man. So I respect it a lot.
That's beautiful. Thank you, my brother. Humbled by that. And definitely, I'm even more excited to be able to learn from you, because I think that not only can you elevate us and grow us, but your example can show us a better way. Because you mentioned, that starting block, and many runners, they say that's where the race is actually won.
What a loss,
right? You know what I'm saying? How you come out of the blocks, right? And I think a lot of times it seems very awkward. It seems very difficult, because most of us, we come up running,
right.
straight up, right?
Right.
And when we begin to learn the technical aspects, they seem very different. They seem foreign to us. But we have to learn the structure, and the formula. And that's why I love your work, because you break it down in a way in which a miscreant like myself can understand. And I'm like, okay, that's how I come out the block. That's how I do that.
Regular folks like, absolutely, man. Normal regular folks don't know how to use a word like miscreant in a proper way, man. So you a set above already. But I'm gonna give you an example, right? I'm gonna give you another example, man. So what I'm learning now, right? So you said all relationships are reflective of self. Okay, it's a universal principle. Let me say what a universal principle. A universal principle, you see it everywhere, regardless, you see it everywhere. So, for example, the way that when we was in science class years ago, the way an atom molecule is set up, right? A model, you have the nucleus in the middle, and then you have the rings around it, and you have an electron, and it goes out, right? You've got little things that's circling around that nucleus. How does the solar system look, Sid? It's in the middle, there's rings around it, and then there's a little planet that goes. It's a universal principle. You see it everywhere. How life is built. All relationships are reflective of me. All of them. All relationships are reflective of self, the me that I am. So when I say I like this person, what I'm really saying is I like the me that I experience when I'm with them. When I say I don't like that person, I'm really saying I don't enjoy how I'm experiencing myself, how I feel when I'm interacting with them. Well, if that's the case, we can do more to change that experience by adjusting ourselves in whatever ways that looks like, than trying to get them to change, than trying to get them to treat me right. So now I'm training myself to talk about mindset, right? A conscious mindset. When something is happening, I was just telling my wife, bro, a little bit ago, I got more than one situation that I'm showing up in the same kind of way. I'm getting the same result from different people. That's something about me, bro. It's easy to be like, no, that's them. Not that's them. That's easy. That's elementary school. When we gonna graduate from? When I'm gonna get to the point where I take that interaction and the techniques of it, what you say is normal just to start running. That's normal. Normal just to react. It's normal. When we gonna grow? When we gonna get to the point where, because guess what? I might fix it in that circle because it's them. And I might fix it in that circle because that's them. I'm a face this in the grocery store. I'm gonna face this in the checkout line. I'm gonna face this when I go to my mom and them house and deal with my old cousin family. I'm gonna deal with this. So why not deal with it? But the place to deal with it is in our mindset, and how we do it. So that's the work I do, man.
And it's a great work that you do, my brother. I just wanted to, before we get into this wonderful, beautiful book that you've written, and all of the great information that you share via not only your social media, but your website and all of the platforms that you've so eloquently and articulately touched. I wanted to begin, my brother, because many people probably think how sophisticated you are and cultivated you are. You had a silver spoon in your mouth, but you rose from some of the toughest streets in the city, and I had the privilege, pleasure, and honor, and I do mean this in the fullest dimensions of the expression, to be in Baltimore City and to be in Cherry Hill. What it is, you know what I'm saying? And I know you also came from the Ville, that Jacksonville as well. And dealing with, as you allude on your website and many of the wonderful things that you've written and spoken about, you talk about coming from an environment of homeless shelters, of enduring poverty and domestic violence. And I'm not bringing this up to be negative.
No.
You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing this up to show the importance of a mindset. Because many times we say, well, I'm in the hood, or I'm dealing with this, and you don't understand where I'm from. I even heard that this week. You can't mess with certain people from where they're from. And I'm like, it's not about where you're from. It's about where you're going.
That's right.
And how you're growing into the person that you were designed and destined to be.
Right.
Rather than listening to the system or these ghettos or these inner cities that were designed to keep our minds away from being conscious, away from being elevated. So I definitely want you to speak to that, because we've seen so much denigration, not only over the course of this week in this nation, but just in general, of Black men, and not being able to realize that it's not our environment, but it's also our mindset and our consciousness to be able to elevate from our environment, as you so beautifully done. So I'd love for you to speak to that.
So thank you for allowing me to share a little bit of my story, man. The truth of the matter is, if people don't know, one of my favorite sayings, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Right? And so if people feel like they can't connect because you just been and you already got it like that, then you just sound like somebody talking a whole bunch of stuff, right? And so what I would love to do, and the reason why it's on my website, is to kind of show the progression. Now, a major part of my progression was mentors and givers in my life. I've had some mentors and some givers that have said, I've had people come into my life, man, that talk to me like they've always known me. Boy, what you doing over there? I just met them. You know you should be with them. You know you should. And I'm over there like, what is it about me? What kind of sign I got on my head to let people know? But it happened so much. It started getting to a point where I just respected it. And so I've had givers. I've had mentors. I actually was a part of a book project recently. It's called Who Influenced Me. And we got together, it was me and a couple of different authors, and we just wrote these stories about the people that have impacted our lives. I've had 3 individuals that have done more for my life than anything I could have. One of those guys, this is back when Tupac was on the radio, right? So now I'm dating myself. Wow. This is back. So this is mid-90s. I'm a teenager, right? And my little sisters, we didn't have a lot of food. Mom was a single parent. We didn't have a lot of stuff. There was a group of guys that played basketball. They was older than the crew that I would run with. We was like younger teams. They was like 19, 20, 21. We thought they was the coolest guys on the block. We thought they was the coolest guys everywhere. But they was involved in the game. They was back in the day, we was slinging, right? So we knew that they was slinging, right? And we just let it be. One day we were walking, and one of them came behind us and was like, "Hey, yo," I don't know what he said, young fellas or something like that. But he got our attention, and he was like, "Listen, I got some work coming in. I need some help." He said, "Now, you help me out, you get half of whatever you sell. You sell 50, you get 100. I mean, you sell 50, you get 25. You sell 100, you get 50, right?" And my guys were just like, "Oh, okay, man, all right, we okay." And they kind of kept walking and slowed down. Said, I got to the back of the pack and I was listening. So that sounded like money to me. That sounded like opportunity to me. Now I know if you get involved in that, you're going to end up in a box. Either a box with balls or in the dirt. I know this. But it sounded like opportunity, if I could just be real. Around that time, man, there was a gentleman by the name of Mr. Darnell. I stay in touch with him to this day. He has a son that was about my age. He used to ask my mom, "Hey," he calls me by the middle name Chris, right? "Hey, you mind if I take Chris? We're going to go see a movie. We're going to go get some food. We're going to go." He came around and looped in and was like, "What you doing? Come get in the car. We're going to go get some food." That intervention, he didn't know what I was telling him. I told him years later what was going on. That intervention saved my life, bro.
Wow.
I've had more than one of those. Now, I could have went to dinner, come back, and hit up Twan like, "Hey, Twan, you still coming through?" but I knew I shouldn't. I knew I shouldn't, and I listened to that. So part of it, yes, is internal, right? Part of it, we gotta have a drive. But the other part of it is literally having access to opportunities. It's so much I can say about access to opportunities. It's so much that I can say. Can I do it real quick? Do you mind?
Man, the floor is yours.
Said, when I'm live, I'm in auditoriums or boardrooms or whatever it is, I'm working with management teams or college students or you name it. It's this fun little corporate activity that I do about opportunity. And I'm saying this because people can connect with drive, even if everybody started at the bottom and we're here. People can connect with that. But when people can connect with having that drive, still they can be like, I got the drive, I'm at the bottom, I don't got no opportunity. Maybe. Okay, so what I do is this. I have everybody raising their hand, wiggle their fingers, right? So they're like, what this guy doing, right? Left hand, and I have everybody cover over their eyes, right? Everybody cover over their eyes, right? Left hand. And then I say to them, I want you to name, I'll give you 8 seconds. Don't say it out loud. I want you to think about everything in the room that's on. 7, 6, 5, 4. Okay, so take your hand down. So when they take their hand down, okay, now what I do with them said is I make them think what was in your room that's orange. Now it's 50, 100 people, 20 people. Most of the time, it's barely nothing in the room that's orange. And they're like, I couldn't think of nothing. I thought of 3 things. I thought about 5 things. And then as they're saying it, the orange stuff has always been there. Oh, that's me. Oh, look at her. Okay. And then I'm like, let's hear it again. Wait a minute. I put it back on. And then I say, now name everything in the room that's green. I give them 8, 10 seconds, right? It's nothing in the room green. There's nothing in the room that's green. They take their hands off. 2, 3 people thought of something. Most people ain't thinking nothing. Oh, except for that. Oh, and I forgot about that. And then lights, the green starts flashing. And I say, did nobody come in here between the orange and the green and swap out stuff? It's been there. But our mindset wasn't consciously thinking about where's my green light, where's my goal, where's my opportunity. Wasn't even there. So because it wasn't there, it didn't exist in my reality.
Wow.
But when I begin to embrace consciously a different mindset, it starts popping up and it's always been there. It was a woman said, she was like, ain't nothing in here green. She was wearing a whole turquoise green stone. We laughed so good in that room, man. But that's a prime example about stuff literally being in front of us. If our mindset is, I'm gonna live paycheck to paycheck. If my mindset is everybody I do is gonna. If my mindset is all them white people, or every time I see black people, or every time I get around a whole group, and if I look for that, like them orange light, it's going to pop up. It's going to fulfill. And if I switch channels intentionally, consciously, the opportunities are there, man. So I wanted to say that because, yes, I was in a homeless as a kid. And yes, I could definitely get all of that story. But if we connect on all of those different ways, but your mindset, not you, bro, right? But anyway, if our mindset is still, I don't have the opportunity, or I'm looking for a fight, I'm looking for people somebody told me that they believe. So, young lady I know, bro, she told me that she believes that if somebody cuts her off or drives or something like that on the highway next to her, they want her to do bad in life. I said, what? She was like, I honestly feel like, she's like, in that moment, she's like, I know it don't make sense. She was like, but in the moment, I feel like they want me to do bad, and I gotta get it back. So she's driving, looking for somebody. What they doing? She's looking for it. And you know what happened? Red light, orange light, green light. So yeah, man, opportunities, bro. Shifting our mindset. Believe we deserve them. Believe that they're here. Believe that people are. I can go on and on, man. So you got to help me out.
No, we need it. We need it. And Yeah, that's one of the things about these conversations that we have is that you have to let people just be. And it's so beautiful to hear that expression because this is what our people need. And as you so eloquently and intelligently and articulately express, better people, better people. You know, where did you get that from, my brother?
So listen, man. There was a mentor in my life. His name is Al Law, like Laws on the Book, like legal. Al has this organization, and he teaches his people to have a strength-based mindset, to replace everything. He was like, I don't want to hear you tell people no. Tell them what you can't do. I mean, tell them what you can do. Somebody ask if they can pick you up. Hey, can you pick me up from the airport? No, I can't pick you up on Thursday, but I can do it on Friday. I can give you some money. Like you switch your mindset, your conversation to the positive, right?
Right.
So a cliche common in our language is hurt people. And we know it. Well, if hurt people don't even mean to end up hurting other folks, then what does a person do that's naturally trying to improve? They naturally help others to improve also. Better people, better people.
Facts.
Better people, bro. And so, I mean, just like I practice, man, like free throws. I practice. I'm brushing my teeth. I practice. I'm trying not to say to a person, I don't want this. You going, all right, okay, you, right?
Yes, sir.
This is hypothetical. Right? We got these two young ladies who are going to go on a date, okay?
Yes, sir.
They want to go with us. They want to hang with us because we're some cool brothers, right? They want to hang with us, right? So we ask them, what y'all want to eat? I don't know. Okay, that's fine. Right. You want to get some seafood? I don't really want no seafood because I'm working on. You want to go somewhere with some pasta, some Italian food? I'm good for carbs and because it's actually okay. What about if you want somewhere to get some wings and some fries? What then do y'all want to eat? I don't know. If you want to hang with us and you hungry, we're not pulling your teeth, but you don't know what you want, but you only know what you don't want, we ain't gonna get nowhere. That's helpful. So in all relationships, at the job, anywhere, communicating what we don't want doesn't help progress. What do you want? And if you don't know, then that's homework. Right. That's homework. Right. That's self-help. I just don't want nobody to treat me bad. I just don't want no. Got it. But what do you want? I just don't want to be unhappy in no relationship. That's great, but there's no such thing as a negative apple. We learned in school negative 1, -2, -3. But in real life, nobody has -5 cards in their life, right? There's no such thing as a negative. Your brain. I was a psychology major, right? Johns Hopkins University, right? Got a master's degree in organizational communication and stuff like that. How our brain works, bro. When you consistently say no or not in front of whatever it is, your brain doesn't process the no or the no. It's not real. But it does process everything after. I'm give an example. Don't forget to pick up the bread. Don't do a real thing for your brain. It's a negative. You know what your brain process? Forget the bread. God damn it! Forget the bread. I forgot the bread. Wow. When I was in Dominican Republic, man, we were mountain biking. I don't know why we chose this crazy behind trail we was on, bro. We going down and it was like cliffs and it was crazy. I don't know what was on, right? Whatever. So there was some trees and some other stuff, rocks and stuff going on. And before we got started, the guy said, "Don't look at the trees. If you look at the tree, you're going to hit the tree." So I'm over here like, I want to hit that tree. Your brain don't process the I don't want. It only processes what's actual.
Wow.
Want to hit the tree. Want the don't just blank out. Want to hit your, and so he said, focus on the spaces in the middle, and you'll guide yourself through it. You'll just guide yourself through it. But if you focus on the rocks and the trees, you're gonna end up hitting what you intentionalize. It's a universal principle, bro.
Wow. Wow. That is extremely powerful. I'm so happy that you shared that with us. I'm glad that you didn't die from hitting those rocks and trees, my brother. So you definitely a blessed man. And I'm happy that you're sharing that blessing with us, because there's something interesting that I've heard you break down the etymology of invest. And then I've also seen you say something that was really not only aspirational and motivational, but it was extremely enlightening and insightful. And you talk about to inspire means to fill someone with the urge or ability to do or to feel something. While you reached out the world, and you talked about the DR, and you've been in South America, and you've been all across this country, and this wise maxim, this adage that you so eloquently and intelligently share, it resonates in your work. Not only what you've done in Baltimore City and DC, but even what you're doing now. And I'd love for you to break down, what inspiration means to you, because I've heard it said recently, it's become a thing where people are saying, oh, all they're doing is peddling hope, and, they're hustling and exploiting people. They're not giving people the real techniques to get to the bag. They're just giving people a bunch of game. And this is why, and I just want to say this so we can really express this. And this is what separates you, in my opinion, from others, is because you talk about the organizational leadership, the organizational communication. So it's not just fluff. It's not just feel good. No, it's organized. It's structured. It's deliberate and detailed to get you from point A to point B, so that your destination is a practicality and pragmatic, and you're able to focus and find exactly what you need. So I'm going to close my mouth, my brother, so you can.
Okay, all right. So inspiration, right? If we break down that word, it shares the same root word as respiration. Well, respiratory diseases. Well, all of that kind of stuff is about breathing, right? Breathing again. To respirate is to breathe again. Inspiration is to take in a brand new breath. But it's not just breath as it relates to breathing, it's the life-giving. Like if we're underwater, when you come up, that's inspiration. It's a new life. It was almost over for you. Right? Now, if I look at my house, my roaches in my relationship, my roaches in my little kids, my roaches in my boo thing, right? If I only see it that way, I'm only going to interact with it that way. So a major part of changing up, I'm gonna take it to the corporations, right? I do a lot of work with management teams. Now that started on humble, bro. That started because I did this kind of thing on a small level with like one or two of my contacts, and it wasn't even a part of like the contact of the job. And they was like, that was great, and they told one of their other leaders, because leaders hang with leaders, right? And birds of a feather, right? So before you know it, I'm finding myself again talking to another manager, another director, another executive, this person, another this person, and they're saying the same sort of stuff. I just want to fire everybody. Don't nobody get it. We done implemented, we done emailed, we done said, and people just don't want to. And at first, I didn't pick it up immediately. I can't even felt more like this stuff just dropped on me from on high. It was more like a little busy bee. And this is what I mean. A bee goes flower to flower, picks up pollen, drops off pollen. Picks up pollen, drops off. So after a while, different leaders are all telling me, without meaning to tell me, if I don't do the work, Rod, it won't get replicated in my people. I started hearing it too. It's kind of like when you listening to music said, all music, the song is in a key, right? So let's say it's B flat. What I learned from a musician, actually he's a vocalist here in Baltimore, he was like, Rodney, whatever key a song is in, you could press that key on a piano, organ, or keyboard, and it'll match the whole song. It'll never clash. That's the key of the song. If it's not the key of the song, when it modulates and changes, it's gonna stick out. He was like, so it's the tone that just sits through everything. The tone said that was sitting through all of these leaders, either consciously or unconsciously, was this admittance, this acknowledgement that if I'm not changing, or when I do change, my people also do. And so then I came up with this whole idea about radically inclusive leadership. And radically inclusive leadership is literally, yes, we got 5 steps to this, and 4 steps to communication, and the best 5. And I got a whole book about it, of practical, tangible things to get to the money, to streamline. But if I don't also be able to, like this, this is something I was playing to an organization in Baltimore. They were changing over from this big database to this smaller kind of thing, and nobody was adopting it. And what I learned was the management had pushed out over the past 3 years a whole bunch of changes, but the management never changed. And what I mean by that, it wasn't going on no dogs, it wasn't taking longer, shorter lunches. The management wasn't doing anything in their communication style and the way they were interacting. There's no growth. So they're speaking from a place of stagnation, saying, y'all do better. Y'all come up. But what they're really communicating is, I don't believe in this thing. Neither should you. So we got to get the leadership. I need to see you as my manager, my boss, my parent, my mama, my dad. I need to see you drinking more water. You want me to eat so much junk food? I need to see you getting up in the morning and going for a walk. Not running. Just go for a walk. You want me to make better decisions? I need to see you come back and be like, I was wrong. I gotta go apologize and take me with you. Let me see what it looks like to healthily apologize. You want me to treat my children better? Let me see you doing it, because what's the cliche? I can show you better than I can tell you. And so as I see you land those footsteps down, now I know where to step. Now I see the path through the trees, as opposed to you just saying, watch out for the trees. I see you because you showed me a path and I got it. And so that's the work that we do with corporate leadership first. And then we got a whole book, we got a whole curriculum that literally goes through tangible things about making the money and streamlining and all that kind of stuff, time management. But if I don't believe it, and how do I know I believe it? When I'm embodying some of those principles as your mama, as your mother, when you see me embodying these principles, then it's like, okay, that's what it is. I know you asked me about inspiration. And so the inspiration, right, in a new breath. And investing is being able to cover people on the inside and all of those different things about ways we take care of our folks. All of it. And I cannot stress this enough. Every single thing we do in this world, from what we order through the drive-thru, to the clothes that we wear, to the people that we choose to hang with, to the songs that we listen to, the way we argue, the way we apologize, the way we give back. Appreciate that, Brother Ray. I see Brother Ray just gave a shout out. Thank you, sir. Everything we do is a reflection of who we are. So if I want this world, these relationships, my job to respond to me differently, I can spend my time teaching them how to treat me. And it's some truth to that, right? But it's really like this. Here's one of the examples I actually learned. I told you I was being a little busy bee, picking up and exchanging, right? Here's something that I picked up over those years, right? I'm talking to Ray. What's up, Ray? Over the years. Life and relationships, work relationships, friendships, whatever, business, family, romantic, is like objects on your bed and you sitting on your bed. You got the remote, got the hair grease, got the phone, got the brush, got your kids' little whatever it is, you got stuff. When you sit on the bed, it makes a little indent, and all that stuff responds. It rolls to you, right? Now it responds based on who it is. If it's square, it ain't gonna come but so. If it's a flat book, it ain't gonna move. If it's a ball around or something like that, it really comes tumbling. Okay, so they have some agency in who they are and how they respond. I can spend my time trying to teach the remote and the phone and the brush to come to me when I sit on the bed. You see me here. You see me sitting here. Respond to me better. Like me. Love me. Hang out with me. You can do that. That has mixed results. Or I can change my approach. I can change the me that I am. I can run and jump in that bed. I can ease onto the bed, said. Get a different response. I can gain a lot more weight. I can lose a lot more. There's so much I can do that will naturally create different responses in the same relationships around me. Everything, bro, is about changing my conscious mindset of understanding who I am. Everything. And when I do that, I play ball differently, I drive differently, I begin to eat differently, and then because of that, I see different relationships in my life. I see different people start popping up. For example, 3, 4, 5 years ago, I never was introduced to the idea that said and conscious mindset existed. I didn't even know, because nobody in my circle saw in me, Rod's ready for this type of convo. Rod's ready for this type of connection. I was working on it. Wasn't there yet. You know when I got there? 2-3 months ago, when somebody who seen me over time was like, you know what you're ready for? You ready for this type of connection because I see. And this is true. It's a universal principle. It's true for life, bro.
Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you. We're happy and excited and humbled that you're ready, my brother. I know that people will not only become more aware and more conscientious of the greatness that you have to convey and say, but the beautiful thing that you talked about was leading by example, the display. And one of the things that you display so eloquently, and again, I keep saying that, brother, because you just articulate ideas and concepts with such ease and seamlessness. It's almost effortless, man, and it's profound. I'm sitting up here like that. I need to be like notes, my brother. You got to be on fire, and in the seminal work, Get Off the Cycle and Learn. And I love that because it goes back to the starting blocks, and it goes back to some of the analogies that you've been using that have elucidated how we need to begin to get into motion. How we need to use not only gravity and centrifugal force and inertia, but the force and the power we possess to move in a direction that will help not only bless us, but the generations to come, right? So that we can honor those who came before us. And I wanted to bring up Get Off the Cycle and Run because it identifies and illustrates, some of the key but subtle patterns that keep us from repeating our heartbreaks, our failures, and those things that get in the way of us being able to win the race. And I really would love for you to expound upon the importance of people reading this book, because I think it is informative, but also some of the most important and tangible things that people can not only ascertain from reading it, because I love what you mentioned in answering the other question, because you didn't talk about just, commerce and fiat currency. You talked about really being tapped in and tuned into a greater way of operating and being. Because if we do those things, then the resources will come, because the greatest resource is the human resource, right? And that comes from our ability to be able to use our conscious mind, right? I think
So the name of the book is Get Off the Cycle and Run. It's an interesting, quirky kind of title to throw together, right? So let me explain. When I was a little boy, I was in Baltimore. Right? It's a little bit too big for me. I couldn't really control it. I'm going downhill. It's bumpy, it's rocks, little glass. I'm in the city, right? It's a bunch of stuff on this bumpy hill. I'm going faster and faster and faster. It's out of control. I control this bike. I know what's about to happen. I'm about to do this with this bike, right? In a moment of I don't know what, said, I jump off this bike. And I'm looking up the bike. This is like some slow motion movie kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at this bike and it's rolling. It's still going. Now it's still kind of rolling here, but I'm running. My legs was, I don't even know how I stayed up, right? But my legs, but I'm looking at this bike kind of weird. It's almost like I was having like a kind of out of body, but it's looking at that bike not fall when I wasn't on it was just weird, different. I don't know, right? But I'm also aware that my legs were struggling down this hill to keep up, and I didn't fall. The bike hit something, a rock, something, I don't know. How to flip it. Right? I slid. I get over to my bike, brand new little blue bike, scratches all on it, metal scratch, I feel the steel, the aluminum, or whatever. And I realized that was about to be my whole arm, skin, shoulder, body, face, right? Ride my bike. Now, that bike got messed up, but I did. I jumped off the bike, literally got off the cycle, the bicycle, and I ran, right? That was when I was a little boy. Fast forward. I'm in my, I don't know, I'm 40 years old, right? At this point, I think I'm in my 30s, maybe 32, 31, I don't know, something like that. My mother called me. My mother was on level 20. What scale of 1 to 10? Right? So I'm listening to her, and what she's saying is, I took in, I let your sisters move back home. I got 2 younger sisters, so they're in their 20s at this point. I let the friends move in here. I'm being like everybody's mama. These girls act like they don't have any sense. We dealing with the same problems and issues. Some of this stuff their own mamas have dealt with. We all know this. That's why they got to my house. But nobody's stopping. Nobody's breaking a cycle. Who's gonna break the cycle, Chris? Somebody needs to get off the cycle and run. Is what she said, right? When she said this, I saw my little special mind, bro, my little special self. I saw a person on the exercise, pumping, sweating, trying, effort, not going anywhere, though. Getting off that fight, using the same effort, the same pumping, the same intensity, taking off. Right? Well, I'm seeing this in my mind. My mom is like, "Write a book." When she said that, I got off the phone with her. Remember on the Matrix show?
Yeah.
They would plug into that machine, and he's like, "I can fly. I know jujitsu, right?" Like a download said. The concepts behind get off the fucking run was like a download, bro. It was like streaming. So if a cycle is a competitive relationship, job experience, work experience, whatever it is in my life, habits that I keep doing, that's a cycle, then we can compare it to a bicycle. So if the handlebars allows us to steer, if I'm in a repetitive situation that I don't have control over, those handlebars are broken for whatever the reason, that's a cycle I probably do better getting off of it and using my own power. The pedals, they drive the bike forward. It gives it this momentum. If I'm in a situation over and over and over again, and I don't got no passion for it, I'm just going through the motions. I'm just sitting there. You can do it. I don't care. Whatever. I would do better getting off that cycle and running. Right? If the frame is too big or too small. And then listen, different types of bikes, man. So sometimes we got to I had a big wheel. I don't know if you remember that. Big plastic wheel in the front, right? Little plastic. Well, those are great because they have a low barrier. You can't really fall on those. But we grow. We get grown. We get older. We have experiences. But we have the same cycle patterns, habits of when we was younger. That's just how I am, man. I've been like this. Anybody that know me know I'm not the one. Don't deal with me That don't even you no more. You with who you are now and who you were then, it don't fit. Get off that little cycle. What you doing? And over again, motorcycles, that fast life. It's loud, it's loud. But it could be reckless. And if so, it could cause a lot of damage. So maybe that's a cycle. And all cycles have a benefit as well, right? Motorcycles are efficient. They're very efficient. They allow, so that's a relationship, a pattern that if I need to get up and go, I can get up and go. We need to identify those, right? And so the book, Get Off the Cycle and Run, is all about paralleling our real life examples. I do a bunch of stories. All of them are true. I had to change the names of some folks. I ain't want no guest man situation. I ain't want chestnut coming up to me afterwards, man, and checking me about nothing in the book, man. But all of the stories are true, man. And I had a buddy of mine. He was reading a book, and he said, "Rod, why?" He was like, he said, "I'm reading your book, man, and this whole time I'm wondering why can't I just walk?" He's a bigger guy. Look, got the Rick Ross beard kind of going on. Bald head, right? He's not Rick Ross. He just got the look. But he was like, I was reading the book, man, and I was trying to figure out if I get off my cycle, why can't I just walk? What's up with all this reading stuff? He was like, and then I got to a part of the book. It's a chapter in the book called "Why Can't I Walk? Do I have to walk?" Right? It's a whole chapter in the book like that. Here's why running is so important. And this is the parallel for life. Running expresses intentionality. Your whole show is called conscious mindset. Not just open mindset, not just free mindset. Intention, conscious. I'm aware of what it is and what I'm trying to do. Running does it. Running exemplifies that. So me, you, and our two young ladies from earlier, right? The four of us, we out, we cooking and we eating. Outdoor sandwiches, paninis, whatever, lemonade on the table. Somebody walks by our table. We don't stop conversation. We don't even pay them no attention. Let somebody run past our table. Exactly. It's different. A person that's running is either trying to get away from or get to somewhere very quickly with purpose.
Right.
And so businesses aren't walking, businesses are ran, right? When somebody turn that water off, we don't say that's walking water. It's intentionality, right? Life in that water. That's running water.
That's running
civilization, we mark when a civilization has reached its pinnacle when they got running water, right? And even an engine, if an engine is sitting there idling, we say that motor is running, that engine is running. Even though it's not moving, we're identifying there's thousands of RPM happening under that hood. There's a lot going on. So that running is all of those things. Walking gives us a kind of like meander, a lust for life, for living. Nothing wrong with that, but it's real easy to get off an old habit, break up with that person, leave them people, stop going over to people's house, and just walk. And before I know it, what you doing? What y'all doing over there? I'm right back over there. Right? I'm right back over there. And that's what walking does. But when we move with purpose, when we change our mindset and shift into this conscious living being, we run. That's what that book is about, man. So if anybody, if those kind of parallels and examples just make sense, the book is full of those kind of stories. You'll love it. And if you like how I talk, you're gonna love reading the book because the book is written how I deliver. Right. So if that kind of speaks to you, you'll love Get Off the Cycle and Run.
Oh man, I know people are gonna be running to get it because it not only is giving critical and important information, but it's transforming not only our minds but our situations. Because when we change our thoughts, we change our actions, and when we change our actions, our behavior changes, and then our life and lifestyle changes as well. One of the things I wanted to ask you is because you're a change agent and you ran for office, and one of the offices that I really wanted to ask you about was the Central Committee of Maryland's Third District. So many people are disparaging the political arena and those that are in the particulars. But I'd like to hear from someone who was in some of these hallowed halls and some of these interesting rooms and some of these policy and decision makers' faces and spaces. I'd like to know from you why should we begin to open up our hearts and our minds, especially younger people, to begin to realize that there can be some real transformative expressions, experiences, and opportunities developed. And then also, how can we as a community begin to use our power? Because going back to one of the words that I love that you use so eloquently and intelligently, invest. How can we best invest in our particulars, our communities, our society, so that we can not only help the change agents make the change, but in our individual life spaces, we can begin to make those necessary and transformative changes.
I would say it's two things with this, right? The first thing is I want to encourage people to think about when they go to the store and buy gum, they buy soda, you buy a burger, it's always taxed at it, okay? It don't matter if you vote, if you don't vote, you political, you're not political. If you buy a something, it's going to be taxed at it. That money directly impacts your police, your school, your public education, the library, the bus system, the public transportation. It impacts everything. If you live in a place with snow, that extra cent on the gum times everybody else impacts when you get your snow removed. All of those things, right? And so potholes, highways, bridges, and all of that stuff. Well, you're already participating. So the mindset of that don't have nothing to do with me, that don't impact me, it's not true. You're literally still in it, like literally. So that's the one thing. The other thing is I encourage people to think about voting and all that kind of stuff like farming. There's no such thing as putting in a vote and seeing an apple tree come out the ground tomorrow. It's not farming work, right? So voting is literally, I'm playing a long game, I'm investing. I'm a part of this. And I understand that collectively, if I keep tilling this ground, we keep getting together, we keep watering it, it's gonna look like dirt for a long time. It's gonna look like wet, heavy dirt for a long time. But sooner or later, I'm gonna switch. And a little bit after that, I'm gonna get more sprouts. And then after that, we're gonna have harvest. And then from there, we can reinvest and replant. And so that's what the whole voting game is like. But if I may, and I know we're getting close to time, Brody.
No, take your time. Take your time, my brother.
Okay.
Take your time.
I want to speak to those of us that have taken that call, right? That are chosen to hold office or looking to run or be candidates and all that kind of stuff. There's not one person, those of us in this walk, there's not one individual that you knew or know now that grows up and say, I live in the 15th district, or I live in the 27th congressional. Don't nobody say that. People live by that McDonald's and Burger King. People live at the crossroads of York Road and Cold Spring, right? That's a real street in Baltimore, close to where I live, right? People live a little earlier today. Said that he's been in Baltimore, that he's been to Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill, that's the school of hard knocks. You got some grit on you from Cherry Hill, right? But so that's where people live. People don't live in the 15th councilmanic district. What happens is we get into church leadership, we get into political leadership, we get into our business leadership, and we start speaking in acronyms and jargon and lingo that other heads can recognize that completely disconnects us from the people. And that's our fault. So what my challenge for us is, if we're going to do Barack Obama in his book, man, he said it takes an awesome amount of ego to believe you can hold office. Now, this man has held the highest one, but he went through the ranks, and he said it takes a lot of ego out of all of the businessmen and entrepreneurs and ministers and pastors and bishops and PhDs and doctors and lawyers and engineers in my city and the district or community, I can best represent their collective interest. It takes a lot of ego. So for those of us that believe that we too can best represent collective interests, speak the language of the people. Let your signage speak the language of the people. And what I mean by that is not just we fight, like everybody says that. We're gonna go there, but the real thing is negotiating and talking. So like the whole idea of like fighting for our people, that's false. Like let that go and really, really tie in what the role that you're going to do be something that you can accomplish that you're running on. So for example, a congressman can't do nothing about crime in your community because he has power within the charter of his role. That's a councilmanic thing. A state legislator is different roles. And so when everybody's like, better schools, better community, less crime, that's the stuff. When people see it, it looks like you just spitting game, but you don't mean it. You don't love me. So if we want them to know that we love them, we connect with them, then talk about them from ways I can actually do it. What can I really do from the legislative, councilmanic, congressional role I'm running for? Speak to the people from that lens, and then people will begin to see the value of investing. And that, again, is farming. It ain't gonna happen this election cycle and next election. It's farming. But if we approach it like farming, we'll achieve the outcome, man. And so that was something really major for me, man. That when I got into office, bro, because I felt I didn't want to be called a politician for a long time. I felt a dirty word. Didn't change it.
Wow. That's powerful, man. That's so beautiful how you put that down, my brother. I'm telling you that you bring things to life in such a vivid and livid and vibrant way. And I think that's why the Creator is using you to do such amazing and masterful things, because in this time and season, we hear, folk complaining about high prices everywhere, from the pump to even the pulpit. And the thing is that you have written about, some things that I think can be not only budget friendly, but intuitively different in changing the way in which we organize our situation.
Yeah, man.
And what I mean by that is the 5 fast features of fixing firms, my brother. And I love that's a tongue twister. Say that 5 times fast. Because the thing is, and I definitely want to get your opinion and perspective, and definitely some feedback so you can elevate our thinking. Is that in this time and season of fear, that's the flavor that folk are savoring, and we need to change that with good information so we can get the necessary elevation to better our situation. And I know that the congregation is going to say amen to this, because you're going to break it down on why it's important for us to be aware of how we can do what we need to do to run more efficiently, effectively, and to run in a way that will produce more opportunities and ability for us to achieve our destiny and our dream.
Absolutely. So that book, right? That book is literally the embodiment of all of that busy bee pollen collecting. That book. So that's it right there, right? And so when I said that I boiled it down and made it bite-sized, I'm gonna use a big old unnecessary word. Said I made it cognizable for everybody to be able to tap into, right? But that's the collection of wisdom, y'all. So where Get Off the Cycle and Run, that book is full of stories and illustrations and analogies. The 5 fast confirm is to the point. So it's 5 segments of how we run our organization, our team, our group, our company, our household, right? Because a leader is a person that has influence on another person, okay? That's what a leader is. That's a parent, that's a coach, that's everybody, right? That's in that position of influence. You can be a social media influencer with 5, 10, 15, 20,000 people that you influence. This book helps with that, right? Because water is wet everywhere, right? Leadership is leadership everywhere, right? It doesn't matter. And so anyway, that's the boiled down version of all of those techniques. I'm gonna give an example. I didn't know for the longest time that there was a difference between a customer, a client, and a consumer, right? Those are three types of the 5 types of stakeholders. So here's the deal. A client is a customer that needs to be treated special. A customer is the person that's actually buying. A consumer is the person that's actually utilizing what was purchased. So for example, if you got arts and crafts or popcorn or whatever it is that you're giving to a school, the person that's buying that from you is the leadership, the administration, the principal. That's the customer. The customer knows that what I'm buying for you is what you deliver. But they're not going to eat all that popcorn, right? They're not going to use all the coloring books. The person using all the coloring books, the student, is the consumer. So the package 2 ways. I have a customer that's going to write the check, swipe the card, input the credit card. That's a different conversation. But then my packaging needs to be to the consumer. That's the 4th way. And sometimes we don't know that. So in nonprofit work, we don't know the difference between the people that we serve, our clients, are not our customers. So in nonprofit work, the people that we're bringing through the workshops and case studying, they're not buying our services. The people that's buying our services, they need proof though. We don't got no proof. We held a lot of groups. I done gave away a lot of clothes. Are the people elevated from your effort? We helping 20 people, 200 people. We done gave away 500 people. Are they more employed? Did school attendance go up? Did crime go down? There's no receipt. That's why we lose funding. Right? That's why we got programs with $200 budget that don't exist tomorrow. Because we don't know something. We weren't even aware that there's a such thing as a consumer, a client, and a customer. And that's just 3 of the 5 types of stakeholders. And those 5 types of stakeholders is 1 unit in that book. There's 4 units total. 5 fast features. There's 1 feature. And so that's a great one right there to really dig into for leaders of all ilk.
I have to ask you this question.
Yeah.
I have to ask you this question because you're breaking this down so eloquently. Many of us have no idea of the differentiations. We just look at it as folk we're trying to get money from.
Right.
And you mentioned roach, a few moments ago. And the interesting thing about roaches is that I know, this is gonna sound strange to folks, but I study roaches because I want to understand how they could survive because they can live in Antarctica, they can live in Africa, they can even live without their head. And I'm trying to figure out what in the world gives them this power, right? And they're consumers, right? And their ingenuity and their ability to be able to survive in circumstances and environments that most of us couldn't even comprehend is unquenchable. It's amazing. But one thing that I did notice about roaches is their thirst is never quenched. They're never satisfied, right? They're always after more and they want more. And I think that we just can't be satisfied with getting people's money.
Yeah.
We have to go beyond and give them the kind of service in which it excels and it is extraordinary, right? And too many times, and I'm not going to hash out stereotypes or caricatures of African American businesses, but many times we say the customer service is not good, right? Because we got to get out of looking at our people as just customers.
Yeah.
And we have to use this model and this modality that you're talking about in making them clients and making them family members and making them a part of our tribe so that we exceed their expectations, right? And we deliver deliverables that actually deliver excellence.
I love that.
And your book talks to that.
It does. So one of
break that down, please.
Absolutely, man. So one of the beautiful things that about being in a position of influence is embracing this idea of abundance. What I mean by that, right? A lot of times, there's some of us that function out of this mindset of, I don't need a lot. I just need as long as I got, as long as I can do. And what happens is, just like we're focusing on the trees or focusing on the don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, and we end up forgetting, right? When our mindset is, I don't need a lot. You know what happens? We don't get a lot. Right? If I could just figure out how to pay these bills this month, if I could just get enough to pay these bills, then we end up getting to pay these bills. Abundance from a leadership perspective is this idea of doing things in such a way that brings us all up. One of my favorite quotes is from John F. Kennedy. He said, when the tide comes in, all the boats go up, all the boats raise. Functioning from this mindset of like, how do I help create the tide? How do I help do things in a way where we all can come up at the same time, right? And so what happens is this, right? As leaders, when our mindset is kind of rooted in scarcity, when it's rooted in I don't have enough, when we're rooted in, even when we're not crooked, I'm not even talking about crooked practices. I mean, we're hearted people that operate on how do I do this? Can I give an example?
Absolutely.
I have a contract with this organization. I'm going to be doing some mindset for them. They are creating women entrepreneurs around the world, right? They just opened in Ghana. They opened in Ghana last year. They just opened in India. They're in a couple different places around the southern part of the United States, right? They want to have worldwide impact. Having a conversation with a founder, a woman. They want to do women entrepreneurs. And I asked her, I said, how you paying your mortgage off for this? And she was like, oh, well, I'm not really worried about paying my mortgage from this other company. That's great, except for it's not. Because what happens is this, unintentionally. I said, if we take these women in Kenya, South Africa, Detroit and Baltimore, right, that don't have a lot, and we're telling them that we want them to become different and better. You mentioned the roaches, right? Never being quenched. This idea of having more, different, more, better. I believe in that. We'll get to that in a second. I said, if we are touching these women, but the leadership is not also good, so we're telling them, hey, come up to where you are and live paycheck to paycheck like us. What are we doing? Come up to where you are and just be stressed out with tax back. For what? Why? Let's instead embrace the mentality of building wealth for ourselves, one, but then also in a way that's inclusive. It's my whole motto, radically inclusive leadership. So we're going to approach this in a way where I'm coming up, not selfishly, because I realize that your success and my success tied together. I understand that. So as I'm embracing and trying to come up, my whole model changes, right? But if it's only let me help you, I'm gonna bleed out, I'm gonna burn out. And that's why we got burnout, because my cup is just poured out. And if it's only get mine, boy, I don't got no water out here. Okay. Water is life-giving, and it's connected to the circle of life. Precipitation, evaporation, that whole thing, right? That whole thing. You can drink water and it goes through that cycle and it gets cleansed and it's fresh and it's new. You take that water, you get a nice bottle. There you go, that bottle right there. You get that bottle and you cap it. All of a sudden, that bottle is no longer connected to the life cycle. That water has been poured out and it's stored. But if you're not careful, it's also experiencing from that point forward stagnation, right? Which is why all bottles of water got a date on it. This bottle needs to be reintroduced to the cycle by this date, or else everything that you thought was good for you ain't gonna be no more. Now, put the water to the side. Water operates with streams and currents.
Facts.
Across the world, the yen, the pound, the euro, the rand, the peso, Canadian dollar, Australian dollar, American dollar, right? The won. All of those countries' money is called a currency.
Facts.
It's called a currency because the value of money is not in getting mine and storing and stacking. The value of money is in its flow, in its participation in the cycle. Now, you can just bleed out your money and lose it all. It'll get recycled somewhere. It ain't just like it was for you, right? So it's not just about spinning. It's about wisdom. It's about a conscious mindset about how you use your finances. But with your conscious mindset, if you just take your money and store it, it becomes the water in the bottle. And if I only spend it, so one of the major things of economics, man, is working to save up for retirement. So you get people that through their 40s, their 50s, their 60s, living on bare minimum, so that by the time they get 55, 67, 68, they got 300K in the bank, or 1.1 mil, or 200K, if that, Social Security only, right?
Right.
That's not living wealth. You don't build wealth by saving. You build wealth by adding assets. When do we teach that to fourth graders? Teach fourth graders that an asset is what brings money in. I just told my daughter this today, bro. She about to turn 13 this Wednesday. I just told her this today. I said, baby girl, an asset. I said, one of them is an asset. I said, the other one is a liability. I said, for the rest of your life, no bill. An asset brings money in to your life. A liability brings money out. That's it. So with that simple explanation, my house to put a mortgage on is a liability. Why? It teaches an asset. An asset brings money into your life.
That's right.
Liability brings money out. Simple. That house is an asset to the person that owns it. Who owns it? The bank. You're sending money as a liability to still until it gets to the point where it brings money in. And so if I had a car, we know a car's a liability. We get that. But once you start Ubering with that car, or you go to work and you let somebody else Uber with that car, and you get 10% of that. Now what is it doing? It's bringing, you don't build wealth by saving your pennies. You build wealth by increasing, looking for assets. And start small and then build. Bro, if we taught this to build with gummy bears, vitamins, they don't gotta be chemical. Use Tic Tacs, whatever. To young people at 6 years old, when they started to. By the time they're 6 years old, they have 10 years in the game thinking like this. They got a decade in the game. They graduate from a different mindset. Right? And so I don't know how I got into that.
No, that's beautiful, man. There's an analogy that you bring up, man. I'm loving this conversation, by the way. This is really, I think this is transformative. Thank you. Because, brother, you are what we need right now. I know that sounds strange for another brother to say that, but I think that we've seen so much denigration. I'm just going to be 1,000% because over the course of this week, we've seen people say some really ridiculous things about interacting between brothers. And I think that we need to have an opportunity to be able to see a differing experience.
Action.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So that, and as you said, I think it's so beautiful, talking about assets and liabilities. We need to make sure that not only is our portfolio more asset-based, right? And more, coming in and going out, but also our relationships. Woo! And those people that we put on a pedestal, those people that we see on TV, television, or whatever the case may be, we need to make sure that they're not a liability for our mentality, that they're an asset. Because if we began to build that kind of understanding, so that we spend our time watching, analyzing, studying, being entertained by, if you will, by those particulars or those individuals or those perspectives that are asset-based or substantive, or that will add value to our experience or understanding, then we'll be able to better handle our emotions and the difficulties and challenges in which we face. Because what I've seen is monkey see, monkey do. And it's a knee-jerk reaction. And that's why I think that, going back to your book, it's so important, to get out of the cycle. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. These things are not by accident. It's not by accident that we saw an entire week of Black men acting a damn fool. That's not an accident. That's a cycle that has continued to perpetuate. Yes. And I'm not denigrating anybody, but I'm saying, why is not Brother Rodney? Why are these not conversations right here not the focal point that we saw madness being the focal point? And I know it's fun, it's interesting, it's exciting, right? Right, but it's not an asset.
An asset.
It's not an asset. It's not an asset for us to show our asses. As. You know what I'm saying? And we got to break out of that.
Yeah,
because if we don't, brother, you talked about the third graders, and it's so true, man. Every single third grader knows about what happened this week between two men slapping each other.
But they don't know about the little simple stuff. And like I said, we can teach you with gummy bears and vitamins. You know the other part about a cycle, in the parallel for the book, the book shows that if we think about these things as a bicycle, that bicycle doesn't operate by itself. Even my little bike, when I was going down the hill and I jumped off, it got its motion from me. We are so integrated into the situations that we have. There was a woman that I worked with in a college setting, and I hope she don't beat me up, so I ain't gonna say her name though. She might beat me up, man. But after we started, I stayed at the place for a while. She left and did other work. Right? Consistently over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, she would call me, and she would tell me. I remember the first time she called me, she got a new job opportunity. It was this woman, older woman, who took her in, saw life, potential, future in her, wanted to mentor her, and somewhere around there got real kind of funky with her, right? Real kind of just dismissive, and like kind of her face was like, I don't really want to work with you. I don't know what you was talking about. Just kind of real cruddy. And I was like, that's messed up. 2 years go by, new opportunity, new situation. This new woman that's older than her brings her in, sees life, potential, everything's going well, and eventually the older woman switches it up and starts talking real cruddy to her. And I remember when she told me, she was like, yeah, I want to work with you. You know me. And I was like, Can we just, no lie, bro, maybe a year and a half, 2 years later, new opportunity, new older woman, brought her in, same sort of stuff, same steps, and towards the end it fell apart, and the woman was like, and I never want to work with you. So I was working out, and I was listening to Bluetooth, man, I don't know, but I was outdoor. I remember the little program I was at doing like pull-ups and stuff, listening to her. And I had to make a decision, bro. Because I started thinking I have the benefit of being outside, right? Third-party perspective, right? Monday morning quarterback. But it's offensive what I want to say. Not because I'm so rudely, but sometimes if you pick up a mirror and you show me what I look like, I don't want to see that. Right? I'm not ready to but for my breath to be stinking. I'm not ready for that, right? So I was like, I could either sit here and just keep doing my work and let her jump on me like this, or I could be like, you done told me this already. You know all these women sound the same. So I did that. I took the risk, man. And I did that, right? And I was like, remember? And you said that she, remember at the end, she was like, yeah, with the first example. And I was like, but you remember second? And she was like, yeah. I said, and now A follows B follows C with the same situation. She was dead silent. It was so awkward. It was so uncomfortable. And I'm saying that part because sometimes it could sound all good and bad. Like, just have a tough conversation. Like a TIT. You know what I mean? Keep it real. Keep it a buck. Keep it a stack. That can get mad uncomfortable, especially with your peoples, right? So it's uncomfortable. It kind of set there. I know she's not out. I know we ain't gonna be on the phone no more after this. I understand it. There's a risk. There's a risk, right? She didn't. She was like, wow, and all this other kind of stuff. She sees it, but she saw it, but she didn't see it. I say that to say, and I'm not saying her life immediately changed. Remember, this was farming, right? But she saw it differently because I held up a mirror. I only repeated that what she told me. But that's true for every cycle, bro. That's true for every cycle. We self-perpetuate. We regenerate. We are on the bike. We are pushing this thing forward. There's one example in the book of being on a cycle that we don't control. That's a Ferris wheel. That's not like a motorcycle. That's not like a scooter, a tricycle. How in the world? We sit up there. You and your boo thing from earlier, y'all are me and mine. We in another one, right? Right. Around. It's romance. It's nice, right? We got the light. We're overlooking the city. It's the epitome of disconnecting and allowing somebody else to control. It's living the lie and being cool with it. It's living the lie and being cool with it. I'm sitting here because at the peak of this thing, somebody else can totally stop the process. I gave up that control. I knew that going in. How many relationships, bro? How many opportunities? How many times do I engage in a way on national TV in a way that gives up my control? And so now, the outcome, now I'm at the limit because I chose early on to be a part of a cycle in which I gave up the keys. This right here, bro, if we teach this stuff, and I'm not saying we got to teach it from my goddamn book. If it's helpful, let's use it, sure. If there's 100 other books, let's use all of them. But if we teach this to second and third graders, if we teach breathing, man, do you know how many high intensity activities they all say slow down and breathe? Having a panic attack, right? Afraid, and whatever it is, in all of those situations, Ultimate Fighters, one of the major things they sit down on that screen here, breathe. It's a reason for that. And if we taught kids, hold on, you mad? Say I'm angry. I'm angry. Say I'm real mad. I'm real mad. Now take a breath. Now, we gotta acknowledge the truth. I'm pissed off and I'm sick. I want to blow up this house. That's fine. You're not going to. But you can say that you're mad because you're human. You can say that you're cold, that you're hot, that you're cold. You can say that. You don't get that crazy with that. But that's your truth. Okay, acknowledge your truth. I hear you. I respect it. And with that, breathe. It's so simple. It's so simple, bro. I'm gonna end with this and I'm gonna get out of here because I know you're a world leader, bro. You gotta have your business. I'm gonna get out of here. Last statement. Einstein, theory of relativity, genius, physics. Einstein, if you can't explain it simply, you don't really get it yourself.
That's amazing. My brother, you've explained it in the way in which it's not only simple, but it's meaningful and it's very extraordinary. How can folk reach out to you? How can folk learn from you? How can folk get more understanding of really what it means to get off of the cycle and to begin to run? So I definitely love for you to share that information with everybody.
If you would like, if anybody would want like one-on-one combos, if you want to do this whole unpacking discovery thing together with my brand of cooking, your taste buds, at Rodney C. Burris for everything. It's RodneyCBurris.com, BURRIS, On my website, there's an opportunity for us to do a 15-minute consultation. That 15-minute can result in us having a professional coaching relationship where we do this for 5 months. We have this kind of conversation periodically, week after week. We're texting, we're touching, right? So if that's the type of relationship that you think you would love to have, that's on my website. If you would love to get it through the books and all that kind of stuff is there. But most importantly, man, and for all of us, let's continue to give ourselves permission to become different and better. Different and better.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful. Before you go, brother, what are you working on, and what do we have to look forward to experiencing for you?
One of my favorite projects right now. I am the national spokesperson for this thing called the MFC. The MFC is creating community centers, multi-million-dollar community centers in cities around the country, right? Starting in Baltimore. And so we're telling this American story with the Baltimore heart. But if you support men and empower them to nurture, provide their families, you can have outcomes of this world, right? And so I was the beneficiary of that kind of support. I was the beneficiary because coming out of those shelters, I needed sisters like that, right? Coming out of those situations, it was buildings and organizations like that that gave us the step that we needed to kind of get to where we're going. My first job out of college, I worked at a place like that. So I know the value. And it was my honor to join with them and kind of help tell their story. So here in Baltimore, it's the Men and Family Center. We're raising $3 million towards it. I'm not asking anybody to donate at all. But what I am saying is, if you believe in that, then help me get the story out across social media. Help us raise the visibility, right? That's something I'm proud of. So, yeah, man.
That's beautiful, man. Hey, you got to come back on the program. Absolutely. And we got to continue this conversation because this has definitely been meaningful. I mean, I know you're in the Baltimore area, man. It's late, but I appreciate every moment because you definitely help elevate and operate us higher, man, and you definitely represent the best of us. So we want to continue to support you. We'll be definitely sending people to your website to purchase the book. And also, hopefully, we can have some discussions about the book, if that's all right with you, and learn from, your great teachings.
We family.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you, my brother. Peace and blessings. Take care. Peace, peace. That was the one and only Mr. Rodney Burris. Great brother, exceptional brother. Please make sure that you write down the information that's ticking, talking on the screen so that you can learn more about him doing his thing and how you can help this thing grow because it's definitely phenomenal and it's truly meaningful. And we know it's something that will definitely help you grow. So help yourself and, let's continue to share the wealth and add value to our community. And we're going to get into our good brother AJ, as he always does a great job.
Yeah. No matter what your past say, what you've been through, they will make them like you. You're one of a kind. Hard to find. No matter what you're dealing with, what you're healing through, they will make them like you. You're one of a kind. Hard to find. Went through a whole lot before I knew a whole lot. They say knowledge come with disparity. The more you know, the more you held accountable. This ain't a race, it's a marathon. I'm working on stamina. Slow down, nigga, pace yourself. Instead of chasing hoes, go chase yourself. Deal with that trauma that your mama caused, and all of the abandonments you gather through your daddy flaws. Master your demons, stop giving out semen. I've been practicing semen retention, getting principled. I put my dick in detention, it was pivotal. Now I'm climbing new heights and reaching pinnacles. Cause when you at the top, it's a whole new vision. This shit spiritual, this shit miracle, this shit biblical. This must be my destiny, this must be God testing me when I don't know what's left of me. Mama said you see the best in me. Yeah, no matter what your past shame, what you've been through, they don't make them like you. You're one of a kind, hard to find. No matter what you're dealing with, what you're healing through, they don't make them like you. You're one of a kind, hard to find. Yeah. These days I'm on a higher level, sky rising. Used to treat sex like rental cars, I was enterprising. Now I'm entering doors on different floors. Yeah, I used to be poor. Now I got wealth oozing through my pores. My uncle taught me about the Moors. He say, learn who you are. He say, you can do more. He say, let's go to war. He say, work on your left, right, till you control your lust. Keep your belt tight. I've been retaining energy. Been talking to God, told him I'm leaning towards polygamy, mastering synergy. Oh, girl say she wanna freak with me. Hold on. First I gotta check her frequency. Peeking, seeking something deeper, done feeling cheaper. I don't do ownership, but she calling me a keeper. Steeper, heels to climb, real aligned. I know I said this shit before, but I'm for real this time. Weapon concealed this time. All this power in my pants, I'm trying to make a legacy with it. Trying to get heavenly with it. God body, nigga, tatted on my stomach. I retain myself and tell the world I'm coming. I retain myself and tell the world I'm coming. I retain myself and tell the world I'm coming. No matter what your past shame, what you've been through, they don't make them like you. You're one of a kind, hard to find. No matter what you're dealing with, what you're healing through, they don't make them like you. You're one of a kind, hard to find.
Yeah, that was our good brother AJ, as always, doing a great job of giving us some wonderful music, retention, and it's no need to mention the importance of maintaining our body, our mind, our spirit, our soul, and our spirit is extremely important. And it's not just something that we say; it's something that we need to display and convey in our actions and activities. And that's why, if you watch on the ticker of late, we have been showcasing some of the difficulties and challenges our people face. Diabetes is besetting the entire country, but specifically people of melanation. And there's a plethora of reasons why and a multiplicity of things that we need to do. But we are sharing with you the things that we are going to do and have been doing. It's not something we just started. These things are things that we've been doing since 2017, 2018, 2019, and even 2020 when the pandemic first began. And there's been correlations to showcase and say that COVID-19 is correlated and connected to diabetes. From 50% of those that have contracted COVID-19 had diabetes or were pre-diabetic. And then there's a recent study that was released saying that those that have had COVID-19 now have increased risk for diabetes, heart disease, and of course, breathing and respiratory problems. So one of the things that we have sat down and talked with doctors, and we got a doctor coming on next week that'll be dropping some serious science and information that'll definitely change the way in which you operate. So you definitely need to be tuned in next week, is the importance of beginning to focus on our well-being, our welfare, and what we're putting on our plate. It is true warfare. We look at warfare as being with guns and knives and, missiles, but we don't understand that the knives, the forks, and the spoons that we are using to consume these poisons and toxins, even the very plates that we're using are filled with toxins. As we've been sharing over the course of the last few months, the importance of getting this information. So many of us are overlooking these things, but there's been analysis done, and 4 out of 10 of all Americans in this country live in communities suffering from heavy air pollution. In some environments, life expectancies are shortened. 100 U.S. counties, the highest percentage populations of people of color are included in this report, and they would reap about 13% of the cumulative health benefits from a green transition. So Black folk and brown folk particularly would benefit from having more greens, not only in their diet, but in their environment. There is a particular pollutant that's in the environment that greatly increases the risk of heart disease and other health impacts. And that's projected to drop by 61% just by having more greens in the environment, just by including and incorporating more alkaline and green entities in your diet. We have found the health benefits of just having that would be $1.2 trillion to say the least, and 110,000 lives would be saved, as well as over 2.7 million asthma attacks avoided. The transition estimated to reduce 24 billion metric tons of greenhouse gas by 2050. There would be about a $1.7 trillion global benefit from these particulars. 2 states in particular, according to the research they found, would benefit. The benefits would top over $100 billion. California being one at $169 billion, and Texas at $104 billion. In particular, Texas, $28 billion would be achieved just in health benefits, and almost 2,400 people lives would be saved just by transitioning to green. Now, I won't be, untrue or falsify anything. I'm not a vegan. I'm striving to learn how to be vegetarian, but I do eat meat, but it's not something that I eat every day, nor is it something that I'm not conscientious of. And I'm not trying to make myself sound deep or better, any of those things, but I'm learning. There was a point in time and season in my life in which I never would have picked up some water. I picked up some alcohol or something else, something that I thought was good to drink. But now I began to realize the best thing that we can be drinking is what we are. And our heart is 75% water. Our brain is almost 75% water. Our lungs and many other vital organs in our body is accumulatively mostly water. And we need to be drinking as much water consciously and correctly, constructively as possible, so that it can benefit not only our body, but our mind and our consciousness. So I'm gonna take this drink. And I want us to begin to think about ways in which we can better not only ourselves, but our community. Some other things that we wanted to share with you before we get out of here. And this is something that we kind of put on the screen last week, but we really didn't go into in detail as we will tonight. Hospitals. One of the things that's not talked about and really needs to be properly understood is that, yes, there was a major shortage of beds during the pandemic. But what wasn't talked about was why there truly was a shortage of beds. Yes, there were enormous amounts of cases and there were extreme amounts of patients. But over the last 30 years, there's been a transition from healthcare to profit care. And in profit care, we wanted to focus more on the shares than the spaces that beds share, and focus more on having higher dividends and reaping greater profits than making sure that we produce better health outcomes. And this has been well documented not only in the statistic that is showcasing and kicking across the screen, but many documentaries and other reports have been reporting how many beds have been extrapolated from hospitals. Many hospitals have been closed or merged together to make more profit. And as we'll talk about next week in more detail, there is a growing understanding of we really don't have health care in this society. We have sick care because care requires that you are focused on the best interest of those that you're serving. But unfortunately, the best interest of most of these hospitals, unfortunately, is to their shareholders and to those that are making dividends and profits from this particular industry. And the revenue that is incorporated from them is the main focus, unfortunately, of many of these. And I'm not disparaging the workers. I'm not disparaging even the work that they do. But I am talking about the system and the structures in place that unfortunately make it very difficult for us to receive the best care possible. And that care should not be based on what is the bottom line being dividends or profits or currency, but how we can make folk live more effectively and efficiently and positively to achieve the best health outcomes. One of the things that we wanted to share before we get out of here, we really appreciate all those who watch on the replay, as well as those who take the time to watch live, because hopefully we believe that this will help improve and benefit your life. By definition, the United States experiences an average of 19 mass shootings every year, ranging from 15 in 2010 and in 2014, a high of 24 in both 2021 and 2013. However, there exists no consensus on the definition of mass shootings. You hear from many times the FBI and others, they have a slew of definitions and annotations that they express. But one of the things that we know is a dozen per year, and there is an enormous amount of folk that are killed. If you saw over the course of this weekend, all across the country, there was mass shootings. As a matter of fact, between 29 and 2020, 1,363 people in the United States were killed and 947 were wounded in 240 mass shootings, an average of 20 shootings per year. Among the casualties were at least 362 children and teens killed, as well as 21 law enforcement killed and 35 wounded. 1 in 4 mass shootings were children and teens. Nearly all mass shootings over this period from 2009 to 2020, the adult shooter was male and acted alone as a lone wolf. 32% of mass shootings, or shooters, I should say, and 92 shooters ended up with the perpetrator dying by suicide. 24 shooters were killed by law enforcement, and I think 145 were taken into custody and later on tried. We bring this up to your attention because we've seen an explosion of violence, not only at the Oscars, but we've seen it in almost every aspect of our existence. And we need to begin to take a more conscientious and aware approach to realizing that we have to create more peace, more love, and serenity in our society. And that might sound corny, that might sound lame, but that's really the game that we need to be playing. Because if we don't, we're going to raise an even more violent and even more derogatory and debauchery-filled mentality in our youth. They already have seen some 70,000 simulated deaths by the age of 14. So what we need to begin to do is to do what is in the best interest of youth all across this country and begin to share with them things that will help them to develop a more comprehensive understanding of how to deal with their emotions and how to be able and capable to do what Brother Rodney talked about, and that's just breathe. So we want to end the show with good information, hopefully to let you know how to grow and how to go in a more righteous direction. And before we close, we definitely thank you for tapping in, tuning in, and being our friend, if you will, because many of you have been listening on the FM side for 8 years and more, of this particular show. And those on Facebook have been tapping in and tuning in for over 2 years now. And we've been doing the program. And unfortunately, we just shadow banned, and I can't even get into the page tonight, to see who was on and interact. So that just lets us know that what we're doing is important, because things that are important, they don't try to stop from growing. They don't try to create feedback and do all this madness that we've seen tonight and other nights. So we're not going to stop. We're just going to continue to keep moving, because we know that the information that we're sharing, the things that we're conveying, the things that we're displaying are making a difference in the lives of those that are listening. So we, before we go, we definitely want to share with you the importance of the information. Please share it with someone else. Nearly 5% of uncounted Latino people were more than 3 times larger compared to the population of 2010's undercount. And the undercount was almost 1.6%, marking the largest or the biggest differentiation by far of any racial or ethnic group since 2010. In 2020, Black people were undercounted by an estimated 3.3%, up from 2.1% shortfall in 2020. And American Native Americans or Alaska Natives living on the reservation recorded the highest undercount of any racial or ethnic group at 5.6%, up from 4.9% in 2010, excuse me. The estimated undercount of people who identified as something other or some other race was up dramatically from 4.3%, more than 2.5 times higher than the 2010 rate. Non-Hispanic whites were overcounted by nearly double the ratio of 2010, from 1.64% versus 0.83%, while Asian populations, which saw zero estimation of counting errors in 2010, were overcounted by 2.6% in 2020. The most significant age undercount was for children from birth to 4, a group traditionally recorded at lower than actual levels. So, estimated, check this out, 18.8 million omissions were lost. Now, just to codify this, to make this make sense, the census is taken every decade, right? And it's taken for appropriation in not only the courts, not only the representative and legislative bodies, and not only the hallowed halls of Congress and the Senate, but specifically in how communities are appropriated resources, funds, and opportunities, right? So when there's an undercount, those resources are not only extrapolated, many times taken, they're reallocated to other areas. And it's extremely important to understand that according to the research that's been released, many of the states that were undercounted would have greatly benefited minority communities, Texas being one of them. And it is not an accident that the Trump administration was moving up the date to finish the census, even though we were undergoing the throes of the pandemic. And even though there were census workers saying that they weren't able and capable to get in certain environments and able to talk to certain people because of social distancing, because of the fears of the pandemic, and because of the lack of resources. And now we have a situation in which the next 10 years, at least, those funds, those resources, the allocation of opportunities can be greatly changed. And we're not hearing enough from the media, from our elected officials, and from those in the know, because we need to either have a recount or we need to begin to keep the numbers in a more proportionate level, in a more fair and equitable state. Otherwise, you're going to see even greater disparities and inequalities exist in critical environments and in necessary communities that need those resources. We wanted to share this with you before we get out of here because we think it is extremely important. Half of Americans alive today were exposed to clinically concerning lead levels during their childhood, and their IQ shrank as a result. This is according to a new study that was found. Specifically, an estimated 824 million IQ points, more than 170 million Americans who were adults as of 2015 were lost from childhood exposure to car exhaust from lead gas, according to Duke University in their news release. Leaded gas was banned from fueling new vehicles in 1996 after it was added to gasoline. Starting in 1923 is when they started adding it to. And on average, nearly 3 IQ points were stolen from each American cognitively impacted from leaded gas exposure before 1996, according to the research done from Duke University and Florida State as well. And this is critically important, and I want you to understand this. Those born before the 1996 ban may now be at a greater risk for lead-related health problems, such as faster aging of the brain. The release said of the study published on March 7th in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences has stated that numerous individuals lost the ability or were greatly reduced from the ability to cognitively think effectively. And we had no idea about this. Many of us had no understanding about the pertinence of this. So we need to be more conscientious and aware of not only what we're putting in our car as far as gasoline, but we also need to know and understand what this gasoline is doing to us and how it's affecting not only our lives and our livelihoods, but our brain, because many of us are affected by this. So my brother is tapping on in, so we're gonna go ahead and bring him on in. What's going on, good brother? How you doing this wonderful and beautiful and amazing evening? What's happening, family?
My big brother said, "What's going
Hey
on? Can I be
man,
heard?"
what's up? Yes, sir. You always heard, and the space and place is always open and available to you. How you doing, good brother?
Hey man, I'm trying to be like you when I grow up, man.
Hey man, if I had your hand, I'd be the man. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say, my brother, because you continue to be legendary in the place and space to be. And the reason why I say that is because you are bringing the kind of thought leaders, the kind of folk who are helping us not only expand in our consciousness, but in our ability to be truly revolutionary. And that's kind of where I want to start our conversation off tonight. And I'm so privileged, pleasure, and humbled and honored to be in your presence again. I love having the opportunity to tap in with you, good brother, because so many of us have been led to believe that revolutionary talk and revolutionary walk and revolutionary work looks a certain way. But I love the way that you convey it and display it and say it to us in a way in which, regular miscreants like myself can get down and understand, begin to comprehend how we can become better men and better for our women and our children and better for our community and bring more understanding and greater unity amongst the brotherhood and the brethren. So I just want to double salute you, my brother, because you continue to be at the forefront of thought and helping share and showcase thought leaders who help us to become better men, better spirits and flesh, and better Africans. So I salute the divine and divinity, and thank you for taking time to tap in on the conscious mindset.
And this is an extreme honor for me as well. Your platform over the years, you have always been a safe haven for us. We don't get invited everywhere. Some folks might start with you. They may not finish with you. So it's an honor to be here with you. To know that you still have a haven for us. You know,
absolutely, always,
especially
always.
with a conscious mindset.
Absolutely, my brother, absolutely. And alluding to that, I'm glad you went there. Because there's been a lot of woke fear, or a lot of denigration toward um, expressing understanding and acknowledging our past and our ancestry, and these facts and figures and information that makes us say we are proud to be who we are. And and we saw over the pandemic a lot of people gravitating to it. A lot of people are throwing their fists and getting in the streets and protesting and doing this and doing that and the third. And now I don't know if you've seen that meme where Homer Simpson kind of goes back into the bushes. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of folk doing that, and I ain't hating on them. It is what it is. But I just wanted to know what has kept you in the struggle and what has kept you in the driver's seat, moving us forward as a community and helping elevate us as a people, and staying committed to your commitments and dedicated to your dedications of help elevating and enlightening our people to our greatness.
I think that's an excellent question. I would say that my mother and my father picked the right one for the assignment. You know, my mother and my father, my grandmother, my grandfather, all those divine in my ancestral lineage, they picked the right one. You know, they bet on the right horse. And coming up in adversity prepares you. In some instances, it may traumatize you, but in other instances, it prepares you for lack, for situations where you won't seek to look for validation other than from our creator, from our ancestors, and from within. So, in that space, as lonely as that space is at times, it's fulfilling. So you don't have to look without. You can look within. The, the reason why I love our people, Black people, African people in the way that I do is because I felt that and learned that love at home. You see what I'm saying? Some people had to find it outside. So everything that I do started from within my family dynamic. You know, my mother, my father, my siblings, and then it was books. It was my family, and then it was books about our people. You see what I'm saying? But it began with his story, our story. Our mother used to sit us around and tell all of us our birth story, our naming, why she named us, what she named us. You understand what I'm saying? So you are enthralled to seek from within, and then you have to remember who you are. I was talking to one of my nephews a while back, and I was like, "You have two names for a reason." I said, "Look at all of those people that collided together and agreed for your existence."
Wow.
So when you're in class now, who are you in class for? Yourself or for both of those names? He said for both of those names. So now it relates his experience as a young Black man. The sum total of his experience does not begin with anything first other than his name. He knows his name. He knows who he is. And his mother and his father and all of their generations came together so he could have that name. So now when he picks up the pen to write, when studying might get a little too much for him, he remembers who he is. And he can draw strength from that experience. You see what I'm saying? So when the road get a little rough, when you don't get the social media, whatever that stuff that you're looking for from without, you have to remind yourself who you are and why you're here.
Wow.
If these issues that are plaguing our people as a collective and as individuals weren't here, we'd be out of a job. You understand? We'd be out of a job. So the issues that are plaguing our people, our sisters, our brothers, our children, have to be something that's more of a motivation than the aggravation that comes along with seeking to help a people who would kill you rather than to be free. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So our elders taught us that you had to love our people more than they hate themselves.
Ooh.
And you have to love a people who had not been loved in 6,000 years. So you got to think about that when you see a brother or a sister. You see what I'm saying? And y'all got beautiful people. Y'all got the God Action Rise there. Goddess Niece Night. Y'all got an army of people who work with the mind, but push the mind into a way that is practical. You see what I'm saying? So Houston as a collective of African minds creates a space and holds a space for us to continue to move. So sometimes I would just look down in Houston and be like, okay. Okay. I just draw my strength.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? From Houston. And also that there's a versatility to it. I got a versatility from places like Detroit and Chicago. You see what I'm saying? And New York and California. It doesn't have to look one way. Georgia taught me it didn't have to look one way. You see what I'm saying? Alabama taught me it didn't have to look one way. So the versatility of it. And then I look back at my family dynamic. I have 6 siblings. Nobody looked the same. And everybody act different. So how it looks to them in regards to what our problems are as a family, we have to look at it with everybody in the family dynamic. It's not one way. So once you figure that approach, it's April 3rd. On April 3rd, 1968, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his last speech.
Facts.
I've been to the mountaintop.
Facts.
So Dr. Martin Luther King was in Memphis, Tennessee, and he addressed our people for the last time. He said, like anybody, I would like to live a long life. But I'm not concerned about that now. I'm only concerned to do God's will. And he's allowed me to go to the mountaintop. He said, and I looked over and I seen the promised land. He said, so tonight I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of mind frame that he had. He addressed his conspirators and those who made assassination attempts on his life. He talked to them like friends. You understand what I'm saying? He talked to them like friends. He called them by name. So if you go back and listen to that speech, you hear his tone. You hear the fire in his voice, but he did not leave the people without a state of practicality. So in the midst of being to the mountaintop and him looking over and seeing the promised land, see, we might read scripture, but we don't become scripture oftentimes. We read it, but we don't become the character. We know that Moses and Aaron was responsible for getting the people to the promised land, but they also knew that they were not allowed to come in. So when Dr. King said he looked over and seen the promised land, he said, I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. We as a people. And when he said what he said at the beginning of the speech, he talked about if he had the power to talk to God, and God said, what time frame of history would you like to have existed in? And he named a few time periods of history with great impact. He said, indiscriminate to all of those times, I want to be here right now. Yesterday was great. Tomorrow is uncertain. He wanted to be right where he was right then, right now. That's where he was in that moment. Knowing that an impending doom was coming towards him, he moved towards it. So that ain't enough motivation for me to draw strength from, brother said. I'm in the wrong business. I might well be on the road, with my newspaper wiping people windows when they come by. Because this ain't it. You'll get more satisfaction and gratitude from that kind of work than you get from over here.
Man, what you talked about to me speaks to why, first of all, you are who you are. You're phenomenal, you're magnificence, man. But also that understanding of knowing that we don't just read scriptures, we don't just quote scriptures, we become it. It is a becoming, it is an evolution, it is an accepting of our responsibility and not just making it something that is intangible or unconnected or just abstract and esoteric, but it's real, it's pragmatic, and it embodies our essence. And it's so beautiful that you bring that analogy up and that experience, because so many of our people, we just hear the last part of it. But that beginning of that conversation that he's having with his creator, right? And that's a conversation that on some levels we all need to have. And on some levels we have had, right? Because when we get in trouble, we quick call on quick. God, if you do this, or Lord, if you do this, Allah, if you do this, Buddha, if you do this, Yahweh, Elohim, whatever name we call. Some of us call all of them at the same time. That's how serious it is. But we have that conversation. And it was beautiful. Not only was he talking to the creator, but he was listening, right? He was listening, and he was taking in this information and sharing it and disseminating it with us, right? So we could all be a part of that process. And then at the same time, we could understand not only why he was choosing the words he was choosing, but the choices he was choosing. And then the beautiful part you just alluded to, and I definitely want to go here, is that his conspirators, those enemies, were sitting right in the midst. And he knew it. He understood it. And he could have called them out, and done some big thing or slapped them across the face, right? But he knew that they were playing their part too. And that wasn't going to stop him from playing his part and doing what he was designed to do. So for me, it's just like you talked about wiping the windows down with the newspaper, because that's about as good as the newspaper's word. But the thing is that he knew his assignment, and he was committed in his consciousness, in his words, and in his deeds to those job details and responsibilities. And I believe you're doing the same thing, my brother. And the thing that I want to say and bring all of that together is the news cameras were there, right? The haters were there. The followers were there. Love was there. And all of the reasons why he could have not given a care or cared about it, but he still was locked into the mission. And that's why I think it's so beautiful. Mine eyes have seen the coming of the glory, right? He could have just said, I'm the man, worship me, serve me, celebrate me. I'm the most this. But he talked about how the people need to realize that we're going to get to the promised land. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that to me is leadership in its essence, in its effervescence, because it wasn't about self, it was about the people. You know what I'm saying? And so when they grabbed him and he sat down, it was like you could just see his spirit was just shared all across that room. He was, man, exhausted because he was sick and they didn't even know if he was going to speak. But when he spoke, he taught. And the teachings are still living on because you're sharing it with me right now. So I just wanted to share that to say this, my brother, is that at the time, I don't think the people understood. They were caught up in the spirit. They were caught up in the emotion. And maybe those haters that knew what was going on knew, or maybe those that were on the inside knew. But I talked to some folks that were connected to that, and they said they were caught up in the spirit. They couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, this brother knew it, understood it, and he could have ran away from it or tried to get out of it, but he ran to it, not for himself or his own vainglory, but for the people. So I bring that up. I know what you're doing is for the people. I've seen it work firsthand. I've seen what you do for the people. I've seen how much you commit to the people. And I've seen how, Facebook and all these social media entities try to destroy what you do each and every time you post. You know what I'm saying? And I want to know not only, the fact that you know that this is a greater and bigger mission, purpose, but you're still in the flesh, man. You know what I'm saying? You're still dealing with life. And I think a lot of people want us to be revolutionary, but they don't want to help. They don't want to support. And that's the thing that I think, as I go back to King, is that King was willing to make that sacrifice. But I always think about, why did not others help and protect and support so that that sacrifice could have not only been a greater and even more beautiful and profound result, but maybe the brother didn't have to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to be sacrificial lambs. We don't have to be martyrs. We don't have to die. And we definitely don't have to be broke. If our people would wake up and begin to realize what we're doing is to help save them. So I bring that to you just to say, you're doing a great job, my brother. And how do you stay focused in spite of all the difficulties that keep coming your way and all of the hate that makes us afraid of saying the word woke and being conscious and all of those kinds of things? And how do you tap into that energy to stay focused on your mission?
Well, behind you, you have a picture of October 16, 1968. Dr. King's transition. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense formulated October 16, 1966, a year after Malcolm X's assassination. 1968, April the 4th, Dr. King was assassinated. April the 6th, 1968, Lil Bobby Hutton, the first member of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, was assassinated. 2 days after Dr. King. October, 2-year anniversary of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. John Carlos and Tommy Smith in the Summer Olympics sacrificed everything. I believe the brother said his wife left him. He lost his money, his endorsements, everything. In his ripe age, he said he would do it all over again. He would do it all over again. In them tumultuous 60s, one of my guides, one of my teachers, one of my sources of motivation, Willie Ricks, Baba Mukasevich, the reason why we say Black Power, because of that man, coined that term, Black Power. He's still alive. He's still kicking. He's still doing what he's doing. He's still moving. Him and Mama Maymuna, they still moving around the world. They're still making these things happen. And they still are pushing for Black Power. So for as much as you might have heard in regards to people saying we ain't African, we ain't black, Black Power is there, all of this shift in the focus, as you said, for those who came around for a season and they backed into the bush like Homer Simpson, they were necessary for the time that they were active. They were necessary for the time that they were active. I never scold them. I never called them turncoats or disrespect them. They were very vital for the time and the season that they were in. Spring and summer don't have problems with each other. You see what I'm saying? Spring does what spring does. Summer does what it does. Fall, autumn does what it does. Winter does what it does. So you have seasonal folk. While they're in due season, make sure they get what they're due, and they may endure another season. You see what I'm saying? So, when they have job postings around the holidays, they'd be like, seasonal workers. We're looking for seasonal workers, right?
Yes, sir.
Our struggle needs seasonal workers for every season. So for this season, we need this many workers. For next season, we need this many workers. You see what I'm saying? The labor is plentiful, but the laborers are few.
I say.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's a lot of work to be done.
Yes, sir.
But there's not a lot of laborers. So you have to inspire the laborers from season to season. So what did we see? What did we do? You know, did we abuse the laborers who came for the seasonal work? Oh, y'all just got out here. I've been out here 50 years, and who the hell do y'all think y'all are? Who wants to work in a hostile work environment?
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
So we have to do better with creating spaces that welcome the seasonal workers so they become seasoned workers. You can go from a seasonal worker to a seasoned worker if you foster the right environment.
Facts.
So I don't browbeat. I don't waste my time in that arena. There's some people that's well qualified. You know, let them talk what they talk. But I need the seasonal workers. I need the worker don't even work a season. I need the ones that work on the weekend. I need the ones that could carve out a time, 2 hours a day. All I got is 2 hours a day. I need that 2 hours. You see what I'm saying? I used to work in the tire plant, and I'll be about to leave, and the next shift supervisor would come in. He'd be like, "Hey, bro, I need 4 hours." He needed me for the 4 hours. You understand what I'm saying? So I dedicated that 4 hours. So I gave him that 4 hours in addition to the 12 hours or the 13 hours or the 14 hours that I worked. I would give him that 4 hours because he would give me the 4 hours in return. Or if I needed some of his people to stay on during my season on my shift, he would do that. You see what I'm saying? So we need to foster a better environment for things that are not seen, but things that are visualized until they become actualized. So if you look at a farmer, just for instance, I'll close with this. If you look at a farmer cannot be dismayed by what he or she sees when they walk the field. Otherwise, there will be no bountiful harvest. If the goal is liberation, if the goal is sovereignty, if the goal is for Black power to manifest, the laborers, the farmers, the visionaries, the motivators, the inspirers, all of those people cannot be dismayed by what they see when they walk the field. They have to walk the field fortified. Their eyes have to see the glory of the coming of the Lord, like Dr. King said. You see what I'm saying? So in the midst of everything that was going on, we have to be committed. We have to continue to raise our fists despite what it costs, what the sacrifices are, and begin to implement strategic plans and programs for the laborers who are coming after us to want to be a part of the bountiful harvest that is Black liberation.
And this is a bountiful harvest. And I want to ask this question humbly because I respect your opinion and definitely your understanding. What is Black liberation? What does it look like to you? And the reason why I ask this question is because there's so many different opinions, perspectives, ideas, and dictations, and you find a way to blend and fuse so much understanding and commonality amongst people who probably don't agree on anything. You know what I'm saying? But you find a way to get African people to act as Africans and for the interest and the best interest of Africans. And that's why I love your program. And I know people who are listening need to tune into it because you find a way to bring Africans from all different phases, spheres, and facets and find a way to get them to work together so that they can better their community, their world, and our African existence. So I definitely want to hear from you on the understanding behind that, because that's brilliant.
I think that's a beautiful question in regards to black liberation. You need a focus, you need an aim, you need an objective. And the easiest way is I can tell two stories. For the ones who are fasting, Ramadan Mubarak. This is the month of Ramadan. And in the month of Ramadan, the Muslim is required to fast. So in that tradition, there was two stories that was told that always stuck with me. Some of the companions and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, were sitting around and they were talking about a battle. A battle was taking place, and he was talking about some of the laborers that were on the battlefield. He said there was 3 brothers that were out there fighting. And they were all 3 of them were injured. He said, and the brothers came to him with the water. He said, give it to my brother. He's worse off than me. And then he said, no, give it to my brother. He's worse off than me. He said, no, give it to my brother. He's worse off than me. And all 3 of them had transition. And the companions looked at the Prophet and he said, verily I say unto you, none of you will truly believe until you want for your brother what you want for yourself. So black liberation can come together on these principles, wanting for our brothers, our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our uncles, our nieces, our nephews. We can unify on this principle. If we want liberation for ourselves, we want it for our people.
That's it.
That's enough to work a job. That's enough to put something to the side. That's enough to build a school. That's enough to build a garden, agriculture. That's enough to train. That's enough to be ready in self-defense. That's enough to be prepared to engage your enemy because you want for your brother what you want for yourself.
That's it.
And that's a lesson that you learn in that tradition. Another story about Muhammad. They said Muhammad was like a prophet unto Moses. And the story that is told about prayer, and the Muslims, how many times they would have to pray. And if you know a Muslim, you know a Muslim is praying all day long, at least 5 times a day.
Right?
So the story that is around prayer is that Muhammad went to the heavens to find out the prescription for prayer.
Okay.
And along his way to meet with Allah for the prayer, he met Moses along the way. So Moses was interested in what Muhammad was coming to get from Allah. And he said to him, I'm coming to find out about prayer. So he goes and the decree comes from Allah that it would be 500 times a day that the Muslims would have to pray. And he said, all right. So he was leaving. And the story says, Moses says to him, what'd he say? He said 500 times a day. He said, that's too much. They'll never do it. He said, go back and ask for a lower number. So this happens 2 or 3 times. And the number goes down to 5 times a day. A 24-hour period. 5 times a day. A prayer is about 15 minutes. A long one. A short one is about 5 minutes. So the Muslim has about 15 minutes 5 times a day. That's 75 minutes. That's an hour and 15 minutes out of 24. Moses told Muhammad to go back to Allah and say, no, that's too much, to lower it. They would never do it. And the decree could not be changed from 5. The Holy Quran mentions 3. not 5, 3. Fajr, Asr, and Maghrib. So the morning, the middle, and the night. In descriptive detail. So think about the believers who are fasting in this month, and think about those brothers and sisters who say they want liberation. If the decree came down that you had to do something for your liberation 5 times a day, how mindful would you be of your liberation? That your salvation, that the salvation of your people was tied to the actions that you did as an individual 5 times a day. Who would keep to the regiment? Who would keep to the schedule? But those who have dealt with our people over time know that you're asking too much. They know that you're asking too much. What could be too much for your liberation? But we know that we're asking too much. The Muslims are fasting right now. They're like, man, I don't know nothing about it. I don't know if I can do that for 30 days. 30 days. My first Ramadan was in July. I was 7 years old, saying.
What?
So you talking about 18 hours out of the day. I was a 7-year-old fasting with my mother. First Ramadan. You see what I'm saying?
What was that like, my brother?
It's like trying to convince black people that they need liberation. The fight. It's a struggle. It's like convincing black people that they need to do something 5 times a day. That they need to be mindful of what they put on their plate, brother said. You said it before I came in. We know that there's diabetes and heart disease. We know that people are getting amputated and dying from it, but the pork chop is more important.
Wow.
That steak is more important. You understand? Them hot Cheetos is more important than your life. And the traditions that go along with the eating that you pass on to the next generation, because they saw you eat it, and because they love you, and this is how y'all interface through these traditions, you're going to do the same thing. You saw Big Mama with the salted fat bag.
Yeah.
You understand? So you like, my grandmother lived to be this amount of years, and she ate pork every day of her life. So we ritualize and seek these things in tradition, in the same thing we do in regards to tactics, techniques, and procedures in regards to attaining black liberation. We see what the yesteryears had done, and we find ourselves in the same particular space. So we would have to be mindful of abstaining from certain things for our benefit. The Muslims are fasting, and that's a celebration. And owed to what they received in regards to the Holy Quran, it was revealed in the month of Ramadan. So they're celebrating for 30 days. We think like they're being restricted for 30 days. They're celebrating. This is their party. This is how they party over there. You understand what I'm saying? So who could have it in their minds? Because we get woke and we forget principles and we forget things like self-discipline. Who could discipline themselves to abstain from something that they normally do for a selected, specified time period? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. That was profound. The whole thing was profound, but I think it was so beautiful how you just elucidated something that I think people need to really understand. You said people get woke and then they lose self-discipline. Because I find brothers and sisters, they can quote Ivan Van Sertima, they can quote Dr. Ben, they can quote John Henry Clark. But when it comes to what they put in their body or what they smoke, and I'm not here to denigrate, I'm not here to criticize. It's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that should not control you. You know, that shouldn't be licensed for you to do whatever you want to do. No, there should be some restrictions. There should be some understandings. There should be some higher expectations because now you know better. And we all know if you know better, you do better. It shouldn't be a situation in which we become less disciplined or we become less aware of what we're doing with our time and how we're spending our time with others and what we're doing to our body. And I'm not here to criticize and condemn. That's not what I'm doing or saying. But I think what you just elucidated is something we really have to begin to understand is that many times people get into the window dressing rather than understanding what the salad is and not get caught up in the salad dressing. You know what I'm saying? And really understanding what the meat and potatoes of the situation, if I may use that as an idiom, because I believe that whatever the belief may be, it's not for you to become vain or you to attain glory, but for you to humble. You know, but that's what brothers and sisters always have taught me about Ramadan. It's a celebration, and it's also humbling, right? It's also an ability to be able to discipline ourselves so that we can grow in the process, so that we can evolve, so that we can become. Because it's not a state of nirvana or we're some kind of God-like figure. No, we understand that we are connected and one with God, and that requires us to grow. Right? That requires us to evolve. That requires us to become. And I've just seen, over the years of knowing you, brother, of seeing you become even more and even greater. And every moment of this conversation, you've helped me become even more aware of our responsibility as men and then as, griots. And I'm stopping myself from saying mentor because we know how problematic that is and the origin of that word. And if you don't know, you need to research it. But I definitely think that you elucidate and express and typify a genius and someone who is, able and capable to be a true master teacher, brother. And I just want you to speak to the responsibility that you're aware of and how you convey your program and how you, move through your existence to help younger brothers and sisters understand their responsibility as well.
Everything begins with a story. I tell you, you can find so much. Our ancestors were so wise in regards to how they conveyed the stories and how they told the stories. Very simplistic.
Yes, sir.
One of the greatest men that we could have had amongst us was the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
I should. Peace be upon him.
He gave a prescription for an affliction. We were very gluttonous as a people because we were divested of the basic qualities of what the Constitution deems life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We became very gluttonous of that which we ingested. He called us a people of sport and play. And he was able to transform men, women, and children, indiscriminate to their maladies and afflictions, and reintroduce discipline into our regiment with the same thing that the Muslims are doing right now. Fasting. That was the prescription. 1 meal a day. 1 meal every 3 days. Now think of the master psychology that has to go along with 1 meal a day or 1 meal every 3 days. This was revealed during the Great Depression, brother said. During the Great Depression, look at those who came to accept the teachings. Look at the laborers that were amongst and able to hold a post or position in the organization. They had to master themselves. They had to master their own hunger. 1 meal a day during the Great Depression. So if you had 1 meal a day, you would be fine.
Right.
He redeemed the social conditions and the maladies and afflictions that were plaguing our people with giving them a higher principle to look at their condition. You seen the cat out here like, hey, man, brother said, man, I'm starving, man. Starving. He changed starving into fasting.
Wow.
And showed you the benefit from it. How it was able to detoxify your body. 1 meal a day. 1 meal every 3 days. How many of those laborers, before they became the term believers, had strove for that excellence in regards to eating 1 meal every 3 days? Look at the people in the regiment and in the ranks, and look at their skin. Look at their mind. Look at their sense of purpose and clarity and focus, because they mastered their stomach. The teachings of Ptahhotep, Ptahhotep says in the book, he who does not control his stomach will be controlled by his enemy. So look at the ancient wisdom coming back around in something very simple. Eat 1 meal a day, and 1 meal every 3 days. Sport and play. He gave them a renewed sense of purpose, of the wealth and the value that exists from within. They were not drinking. They were not drugging. They were not frivolously spending. They were no longer gluttonous. They placed more value on what was within than the things that were a lure for them without. So in passing stories to our next generation, that inheritance, what are they going to inherit? What legacy are they going to inherit? Have them search themselves and find their story, and then communicate it with their authentic voice. They'll move. People will move for them. You see what I'm saying? And they will move people in a direction. So in the midst of them finding their authentic voice, remind them of their duty and responsibility to their self and to their people. Remind them in the most gentle manner. Remind them through story. Remind them through a way that's most palatable to them. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And they'll move with it. And then the greatest thing we could be for our people is an example. If they see you doing it, they'll do it. Remember that scene? I really didn't like that movie, the X movie. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it. No. That one scene by the hospital, on their way to the hospital, the people started walking lockstep with the brothers from the nation. The people, they saw them walking. Where you going, girl? Come on, let's go. And they were there. They were there. The people were there. The crowd formed and gathered because they saw those men walk. They didn't make eye contact with anybody. They was on their mission. That illustration of that unity of structure, that unity of purpose. It was a few people, but by the time they had got to the hospital, it was everybody in the surrounding area. So when they saw that, they knew that they could not come against these brothers without having to contend with the people. They got started. They implemented programs and structure, and now the NYPD and the LAPD went into those mosques and fought against those brothers armed, and they fought against them unarmed because of that demonstration right there. So they paid a dear price, but it was a price of organic solidarity to move the people around a particular purpose. So when you become that example, you become that piece with the magnetic, and you attract people. So you be careful with those people that you attract. You don't misuse them. You don't abuse them. You learn the way to impart what you need to impart to them so that they can do it themselves.
Oh, that's amazing, brother. The breakdown of that, I have to ask, Well, before I ask this question, I definitely wanted to, just to veggie back on what you said, because the moment was so powerful when you see Brother Denzel playing Malcolm X, point with his finger, and you just see, slews of people walk in formation, walk in togetherness, walk as a disciplined one. And it just reminds me of some of the things, the idioms we've heard. Strength is in number. There's power in togetherness, and oneness can create all things. And as we remember, we see the police officer say, he's too powerful. That's too much power for one man, right? So we see that was a very seminal moment, because that represented not only the power that we possess, right, and the power that good leadership embodies and is able to express and to share, but it exposes the underbelly or the undercurrent of those that do not want to see us attain our rightful position and allow the natural order of things to come into existence. Because they weren't doing anything supernatural. They weren't doing anything abnormal. They were just doing what melanated people do, which is protect our own, which is respect our own, which is love and benefit our own, even if it comes against or it's in opposition of those who don't take our positions. But we must make sure that they understand to respect us and to begin to listen. However, we must disseminate the information, right? So what I'm saying, and I definitely want to ask this question to you, is what umbrages or issues did you have with the film? You say you didn't like it. And I wanted to ask this question because we've talked about Ramadan, and we've talked about submission, we've talked about obedience. Over the course of that film, and primarily El Haj Malik Shabazz, as we get ready to go into May, we're not nowhere in April, but as we get to celebrate his wonderful day, his Earth Day, his rising and ascension, I definitely would love to get some ideas and some understandings about how you feel about Brother El Haj Malik Shabazz, and how, on some level, you're doing exactly what he told us to do by any means necessary, is to educate, enlighten, and to have that passport, which he called education, because that's what your program is all about. You're giving us information, giving us education, and enabling us to take the passport of elevation so that we can become more conscientious and conscious of what our situation is and how we can be more responsible to evolve and create the best that we can be.
I would just say for the film, just in short, because we're having such a great conversation, I don't want to get into too much of that. I would just say that we need to watch all film and everything that we ingest that can affect your subconscious mind with a very critical eye.
Wow.
There were some things that were displayed in the film that were historically inaccurate. And also there were things that were done in poor taste. So I think we have to be mindful that there are still agendas at work, and remember how the United States felt about Malcolm X. And feel about Black people who stand up for Black people. That's a federal charge the last time I checked.
And I do know that a few years ago, even when Barack Hussein Obama was in office, they said that the most dangerous entity was Black extremists. I don't know if you remember that, my brother. And I said, heck is that? You know what I mean? Now, don't get me wrong. The domestic terrorists, the white nationalist extremists have committed more mass shootings than anybody, more than anybody in this country and in most places that they're in, including Ukraine. But we get typecasted. And I don't even say we because that's not who we are. We, loving our people is not extreme. That's natural. Being a part of something that's positive and constructive and productive for melanated people is not extreme.
It is extreme.
Only in a society that's anti-African is it considered extreme.
It's extreme.
Only in a
if
society
the world is benefiting off of the degradation and disparity and destruction. Yes, that's extreme. That's very extreme, yes.
But in
yes.
the natural order of things,
and it's punishable by death.
Absolutely. As we've seen, as Malik Shabazz showed us. And this year, we saw the brothers that were supposedly convicted of the crime, all right, the murder of this brother be exonerated because it was not only irreprehensible in terms of what happened, how they were railroaded, but we find that the FBI, right, and we find that other entities, I don't want to take us too far away, I wasn't scared about it, but we find that it wasn't just Negroes getting angry at Negroes. It wasn't just Black people having a difference of opinion that turned violent. It wasn't Black rage. It wasn't the hate that hate produced. It was some entities behind the scenes that were doing things to agitate, to instigate, and to create acrimony and enmity so that when the screen appears or when the cameras come out, it's Black men fighting each other, but not understanding how this brother was manipulated and coerced or rehearsed into doing things, right? So it gets put all over the world that Black folk can't come together unless it's partying or BS or killing each other, right? And I bring this up because this is in the backdrop of what we've seen the last 7 days of Black folk attacking each other. And now you hear everywhere you go, whether it be a comedy show or any other kind of entity, somebody better not come up on this stage. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Or this, that, the third. And we don't realize we are perpetuating fear, hate, and rage toward each other. I'm not afraid of you, my brother. You, my brother. I need you. You need me. We're not in competition. We're in collaboration and cooperation. But if we get impregnated with mis and disinformation, that I need to be afraid of you, that I need to be evil eyeing you, right? If I need to deny you because you are going to be in my way, right? Then I'm not going to be a brother to you. I might say the word, but it ain't in my heart. It ain't in my actions. It ain't in my deeds. And that's what we need to understand and stop getting played. Because as you say so beautifully, eloquently in the last statement you made, we have to look at these films with a critical eye. We have to look at these award shows with a critical eye. And we have to look at, and I want to go back to this, brothers, I definitely want to get your understanding, because you understand it better than I, is in the 70s. As a matter of fact, a few days ago, 45 years ago, Florida Evans, as we all know, Esther Rose, the great, wonderful, and talented, skilled actress that was, Ivy League trained. They made a show for her off a spinoff. It was the first time a spinoff had been spun off because she was a maid, a housekeeper. And they made a show about her and showcased her family, her husband, her children in Chicago, in the hood, in the ghetto, in the projects. And it was good times, right? And they made, our struggle good times, right? But it was love. It was strength. It was family. And it was the first time, people don't know this, this was the first time a Black family had been showcased on television. A Black family. Now you had Amos and Andy, you had Bill Cosby, doing his thing on I Spy. You had different entities here and there, but you did not have a Black family That's important to understand, right? But we see that 45 years ago, she had to walk off the show because they killed her husband. They killed James Amos. And they tried to make it like he was the angry, crazy black man at the time. But he was simply saying, we can't make this show about a Negro that ain't graduated high school and his favorite line is dynamite. We cannot do that. That is not the reality Black people face. That is not what Black life is about. And he had an issue with the fact that we were talking about Black life and all the writers were white. All the producers were white. And not saying we should get into some kind of colorism, but what planet would you have to be on and you see European Jews or you see any other culture, you see a bunch of Asians and the writers be Black? They would take umbrage with that. I don't think that show would be on TV very long, right? So she did these things, right, to respect and protect not only the integrity of the show and the production, but what that production and show was about or showing the authenticity, the integrity, tenacity, sagacity, and the importance of the Black family and the Black experience. Because I think she had the foresight and insight to understand that this wasn't just a show that was going to air in the 70s on one night, but it would be reran and run again and again and again and again. And it's going to come a time and season where we're going to look at that and study how we lived anthropologically, through an anthropological lens, if you will, or from a sociological lens, how we lived as a people. And I think that she understood that we cannot allow disrespect and denigration happen to our people. So I say all those things, my brother, because I wanted to hear your thoughts on the Black family and the importance of it, as well as how it's being showcased then and even today.
Brother said, I'm telling you, sometimes you be reading my mind, I can answer that simply with Malcolm X, Haj Malik al-Shabazz, brother Omar Wali, and his wife, Dr. Betty Shabazz. Peace and blessings be upon them, and peace and blessings be upon their family.
That's it.
May 19th, 1925, Malcolm was born. May 28th, 1934, 9 years and 9 days, Dr. Betty Shabazz was born. Malcolm and Betty were in the foster care system.
That's true.
The criminalization, assassination of Malcolm's father turned Malcolm into a fugitive against America.
Wow.
So the criminalization, the robbery, the theft of life that affected Malcolm's family. His father was assassinated and his mother was thrown into an insane asylum. The children were put into group homes, into foster care. The ideas of Pan-Africanism, the ideas of Garveyism were stripped from their minds and replaced with the institution of Black inferiority and white superiority. So these criminals created the atrocity and the crime of death and devastation and caused a rebellious criminal nature in Malcolm. And Dr. Betty Shabazz was the exact opposite. She was adopted by a Black family who was educated and well-to-do and taught her about who she was as a black person. Her adopted mother could not bear children. So Betty Shabazz was a gift from God to her. Both in the foster care system. One called heaven, the other called hell. Now look at what hell would produce, and look at what heaven would produce later on. Hell would produce a warrior who would go through the flaming fire of purification to rid itself of afflictions to save his people. And heaven would produce one that will allow him to be mindful of himself and stay disciplined and healthy to be able to do his mission.
Wow.
Now look at the stories real quick. We're going to honor Malcolm on May 19th. I beseech the family to keep that going for 9 more days, and then that 9 days after, the 28th, honor Dr. Betty Shabazz, because she was a doctor to Malcolm. And she was a doctor to so many young black women, teenage mothers and the like, were her own children, 6 children that she raised after the martyrdom of Malcolm. After seeing her life being taken from her for the man that she loved, that she said that she could be a helpmeet for. She said her friends had been telling her about this young fiery minister in the Nation of Islam that she said she didn't want no parts of. The nurses that worked in the hospital with her said, "You got to come hear this brother." She said, "Whatever." And she went to hear him speak. They tricked her. They tricked her into going to the mosque, and she went and she heard him speak. And she said, when she saw him and she heard him speak, she respected him. She saw this greatness in this man, but she also saw how broken he was, and how guarded he was, and not trusting him. And she thought that if she could break those barriers, she could be the one to help him. So she was the one who administered to him the love that he showed, the warmth that he showed, the thing that would extinguish the flames and begin to look in the true love space. She was that for him. And he was the one that would ignite a fire and the spark in her that, indiscriminate to them leaving the Nation of Islam, she never left black people. So now, if you look at this story, how could this story be something that those who profit off our devastation and destruction accurately depict on the screen? So just as with the martyrdom of James Evans on the show, our brother John Amos, look at what Malcolm went through with his own father. Look what Dr. Betty Shabazz went through with her husband. Florida Evans or Esther Rose said she would not do that role without a husband. The sister who played Weezy Jefferson on The Jeffersons said she would not do that role without a husband. She would not be living in a deluxe apartment in the sky alone. She would not be a single mother. So Sherman Hemsley, if you watch the show and you look at the credits, it's her and then it's him. All while the sister Janet DeBose is singing the introduction ode. That's her voice. The one who played Willona on Good Time.
Wow.
So just think about these connections and how they were interrelated and think about the real story versus what was being depicted on the screen. We had black people that were looking out for each other that were a minority in Hollywood, and especially on the television screen. So they were creating spaces and including people so they could continue to work. The father from 227 was on Sanford and Son. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of those characters that made appearances on Good Times, they were on Sanford and Son. You know, that Ma Day show was the first time that we saw James and Florida together. You see what I'm saying? So we put all of that, and then we would see the Jeffersons are all in the family. So they came from that, and that became a spinoff. So look at the formula that's there, and then look at what's being a formula that's still being used today. You know, with the TV shows, with Power and all of that. That's a universe now, and they figured out how to keep black people working forever. You see what I'm saying? So those writers, all of those people that's associated with these shows and all of these spinoffs, they have been doing it forever. So now we have black people that are controlling, that are looking to control our narrative. Now we just have to tap into our mind and see and say what we will accept as a, proper representation or image of our people. You see what I'm saying? So now we would have to look at that. We didn't have any control of how we were depicted then. We can have some creative control over what's depicted now. I remember 50 Cent wanted to change the theme song to the show.
Mm-hmm.
And the people went outraged. They went crazy.
They did.
So he said, all right, y'all got it back. Y'all gonna have to live with that. So if he heard that, what if black people went outraged about how we don't want to be depicted in this likeness or that likeness or that or this? You see what I'm saying? So if we did that, that's a question that we call rhetorical, just to ponder on. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So we control our image, we control our position and things like that. So we're all on the television screen. Every time we post something on social media, we become very social and don't think about the media mass manipulation that we're sending by things that we share, that we champion, that we post, and the rhetoric that we spew out our mouths because we're having a bad day. If I didn't have my broadcast, I wouldn't be on social media. So it's only a place for me to post things that as they relate to my community work and things that relate to my show broadcast. I don't have personal moments. The mission is more important than the moment. I could be upset. I could be outraged about something that happened or something that I heard about. But social media is not the place for that. I got a core network of people. I have some elders I could call. I can just go talk to my ancestors. You understand what I'm saying? I could go talk to our creator. The last place I need a lasting digital footprint is some degradation that someone could use to say, oh, I knew he was just like the rest of them. Superman was good until some kryptonite showed up.
Right.
I'm good on the kryptonite. I'm good on the kryptonite.
I love it, man. I love it. And I think that what you just said is beautiful because it speaks to intentionality and it speaks to also understanding that this moment is not the only moment that will exist into reality, into perpetuity. We have to create ourselves in the future. And what I mean by that is specifically is that you understand that generations to come will analyze our footprint. And not only will our footprints be guideposts or guidelines or instructive tools for them, but hopefully it will be catalysts or catapults to move them forward. And if we're going to move our people forward, then we have to be very intuitive and intentional in how we are operating and what we're sending out into the ether, into the universe, right? And I want to say something because you talked about these shows and us being, able to control our narrative. I think the same energy we have, because I hear so many people talking about we need to stop having these slave narratives. I'm tired of slave movies and this and that and the third, not understanding that you can have movies about the liberators, right? About the insurrections, about the Maroons, and about other brothers and sisters who were cognitive of the fact that they were liberating, fighting, and freeing themselves. It's not just, some benevolent, other folk, or just, Frederick Douglass was getting us free. No, or Abraham Lincoln. No, there was a collective. There was a collective of small, unknown brothers and sisters who were working. I'm not just speaking in allegories or parables or metaphors. I'm speaking in practicality. They were working each and every day in whatever machination or whatever situation that they were experiencing for their liberation. They weren't just docile, infantile nincompoops. They were men and women who understood their responsibility. And how can I prove this? Because you read the slave narratives, you read about certain slaves, and I shouldn't call them slaves. I'm sorry, enslaved folk, right? Liberators that were under oppression, depression, and repression, and they understood it. Unlike many of our people today, who have no idea what's going on. But they were willing to, crush up glass and put it into massive food, right? They were willing to, take certain things and they were using as tools of liberation. And I think about it, they weren't just using the North Star. There was charted courses, man, that were passed down, just like you pass down songs, like your old man play a song and you know the song and then you give it to your son. You know what I'm saying? Like they understood that. And that was very important. And those needs need to be explained and disseminated. And that energy will help us get a greater understanding of not only respect for our ancestors, but respect for the intelligent design of the mind that they possessed. Even though they were suppressed, they still found ways to read, my brother. You understand what I'm saying? They weren't just sitting around being dumb. They were learning to teach themselves to read. I'm like, brothers and sisters sit in classes. They got all of these different mechanisms and technologies and act like they can't get it. I hear brothers and sisters say, I don't like math. I don't like to read. I don't like science. Even in Boys in the Hood, they said that garbage on purpose. Reading, what you doing reading? We act like ignorance is a part of our culture. But no, that's something, as Dr. Amos Wilson has talked about numerous ways, in numerous experiences, that's something we were inculcated because that, as you alluded to, was a part of someone else's design for us so that they could exploit us. And I feel like that same energy we have towards, some of us having aspersions toward slave narrative, so to speak, the slave movie, we need to have for the drug dealing movie, because the drug dealing movie has been more toxic and more detrimental to the psyche of Black people than almost anything on this planet. And why I say that, because I remember when Colors came out. I remember what it did and how they ended that film. And I had an opportunity to talk to Leon. I got much love for the brothers and sisters that was in that film. No doubt. I understood they were being used, right? They had to do what they had to do. But when we look at even today with Snowfall and other films that come out, other shows that come out, it's the same garbage. It's the same nonsense that get Black men and Black women lusting and coveting after gluttonous, destructive paths. I know you remember it. American Gangster. They had it on there. They perpetuate all this madness, all this foolishness, all this nonsense that gets us to believe the only way we have out the hood is shooting the ball, catching the ball, or selling some dope. And that's not the narrative. That's not the truth. There are more brothers and sisters like me and you in the hood working every day to better the lives of our people. That's not the truth. That's bull. That's garbage. But when our young people see that and they associate that with power, because every entity on this planet wants power, the power to at least control their reality and their time. And if they get in their mind, man, that's power, selling dope or hustling with it on the block, that's power. Now, a brother and sister going to school, that seems weak. That seems less powerful. And now you get brothers and sisters, I'm not bringing this up because it's a hot topic, but this is a consciousness and a miseducation that we're experiencing. We hear brothers and sisters saying, Russell Wilson is lame. He's corny. He's weak. But I'm like, what law has he broken? What crime has he committed? What injustice has he done to black people? Now, some people will bring up he's with a white girl and all this, and most of these brothers with white girls. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that this brother is considered to be weak and soft because he takes care of his family, because he don't perpetuate a lot of the caricatures of black life, because he's not acting like he belongs to the streets. See, this is the kind of messed up mentality, because when I think about a man, I don't think about somebody who is destroying his community. I don't think about someone who is exploiting his people. I don't think about someone who is denigrating and disrespecting his women. That's not manhood. Manhood is protecting all of those things. Manhood is providing for those things. Manhood is instructing and guiding and directing those things to erect a greater operation in the future. Not to try to act like you're doing something that you really don't do in real life. Because I've heard Future say out his mouth, he don't do those drugs. But every song is about the drugs. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not denigrating Future. It's irrelevant. But what is relevant is the future of our young people who listen to this garbage, who accept this garbage as truth, and to say, oh, they're news reporters. Because whether we realize or not, they look at this as the news. You know what I'm saying? And this begins to infuse in their minds and inculcate them into thinking this is the way it is. And you got kids who aren't even from the hood acting like they in the trenches. You understand what I'm saying? And we don't realize that. We don't see in 2022, they are using Snowfall. They're using Power. They're using these shows to showcase love money more than your community. Love narcissism, love vanity, love gluttony more than you love your responsibility to your ancestors and respect for your descendants so they can be proud of you and the contribution you make to your community. Now, I didn't mean to run my mouth or pontificate, signify, but you just opened me up to say that. And I definitely want to, get your thoughts on that, as well as what we can do to better support platforms like you're providing us and the information you're giving us so that we can be a better us and we can work on the real problems that we have and the real solutions can come so that we can bring a greater opportunity of abundance.
Well, I say they can support your program. There's not a lot of programs that are left that are a vanguard representation of what we desire and what we require. And this is one of the platforms. There's only a few that I can name. Thorough Black Talk, my sister Keisha, brother Tad, brother Ashe. Thorough Black Talk is one of those platforms. My platform, Do Not Radio, is one of those platforms. So we have to insulate these platforms in the way of support. So supporting Conscious Mindset and supporting Thorough Black Talk is supporting Do the Knowledge Radio, because my community engagements and things that I do, these are two platforms that offer me space and financial support to do what I need to do. You see what I'm saying? So these are places where you'll find serious-minded folk and folk with practical information, because just like Brother said, ain't going for the BS. Sister Keisha, Brother Tad, Brother Ashe ain't going for the BS. You ain't just coming up there, selling snake oil. You understand what I'm saying? And they will call you to the carpet and call you to account for that what you do. So it's again, it's an honor to be in stations where accountability is still there. My brother Black Dot, his son Malcolm, Urban X TV, supporting Urban X, that platform, the #1 father and son podcast. They have an entire family business. They just recently shared some of the trials and tribulations that they had to go through with this family business, with them being in business with each other. You see what I'm saying? Their trials and tribulations, what their families suffered, and all kinds of things. I had tears in my eyes listening to their story. So, every once in a while, brother said, you got to let folks know what it is, because they might see you, they might see you smiling, they might read your positive quotes and get motivated, but they may not know the struggle, the sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? So maybe it's not everybody's business, but every once in a while you might have to share a little bit with them. You see what I'm saying? You might have to share a little bit from that pain space of your conscious mindset. You see what I'm saying? Not in a way where you just punching at the air like my brother and boys in the hood, but you're just letting people know that there is a seriousness, there is an amount of sacrifice that you undergo, when you choose this particular path and you choose our particular people. You see what I'm saying? And because you're not, inclusive of just everybody and anybody, that you incur flack from that. And people you might have respected, you send them an invitation to the platform, they'll be like, you see what I'm saying? Some people had a great deal of respect for it. It was like, nah, brother, I can't come on your platform. I said, okay. So I just focus on who does come and share their stories and recognize and find value in the space that is, do the Knowledge Radio. So supporting my platform, the best way to do that is to support conscious mindset, because as long as conscious mindset is around, I got a place where I can go. As long as Thorough Black Talk is around, I got a place where I could go. Urban X is a place where I could go. Doggy Diamonds TV, that's a place where I can go. You see what I'm saying? My brother Killer Priest, the Killer Priest Podcast, that's another place where I could go. My brother Fred from the Barbershop Conversations, a place where I can go. My brother Rome, the Melvin Air Podcast, that's a place where I can go. So I have a small sanctuary of places and spaces that open their doors up, So for the ones who shut their doors, there's doors that are open. You see what I'm saying? And, we need to insulate them and support them, because this is the places, where our greats can come.
Facts. I love that statement. I think that that's a beautiful place to be at. Because you're right, man. I mean, the sacrifices are innumerable, and people don't realize how difficult this is to do. And I'm not trying to, be hyperbolic or exaggerate, but it's not easy loving Black people, and it's definitely not easy defending, protecting, and supporting Black people, because, as doing something from this perspective or this, particular point of view puts you in the crosshairs, literally and figuratively. And just to say financially, I mean, it's just, it's tough, because we buy what we want and beg for what we need. And that's been something that's been said for generations upon generations. And I don't just want to say the idiom or the phrase and just leave it at that, like that's the way it is, because it's not the way it's intended to be. We've been, manufactured and designed to think that way, because we value the valueless. We value Louis Vuitton. We value Gucci. We value Macy's, Dillard's. We value those things because in our value system, the closer you are to Eurocentric thought, Eurocentric materialism, the more value you have, and the less that you gravitate to your African origin or your organic being. We go in the store and we wonder why organic things are more or they cost more, because they have more value. they mean more. That's why they cost more, right? But yet, in our organic space, and us being us, it's not looked at as the same. That's why, if you and I open up a school, they're going to say, where are you accredited or who accredited you? Even though we can have kids growing and learning and elevating and becoming profound and prolific. They're going to say, well, how do you stack up to them over there? You understand? And that is a sign of what Bobby Wright talked about, menocide. We're suffering from menocide. When I saw what happened last Sunday, that has nothing to do with an Oscar, even though we know that came from Ptah. And many of our people don't know that. They took that from an African and a beautiful deity that was expressing love and light and understanding. And they turned that, I know Baba D. Gregory would always say that was from Oscar, the brother Oscar Michelle. I'm probably mispronouncing his name right now, but it's from him. But we do know that the statue itself was created and manifested from African entities. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and I'm making it specific is because much of what we think is them is really us brought back to us in a different face, label, or name. And we have to begin to support those entities that reframe what we see so that we can see ourselves as ourselves, so that we can begin to do what's in our best interest. I go back to, the organic and then the artificial flavors. We're so focused on price in the immediate or the temporal, we don't see what that crap is doing to our bodies and how it's causing us to die. And it's lowering our life expectancy because we don't see the bigger picture. Oh, it's 99 cents and the organic is $4. I don't want to spend that. But when it comes to that pack, when it comes to that bag, come to that fire, when it comes to that gram, when it comes to that fifth, you ain't got no problem with that. When it comes to that turkey leg, you know what I'm talking about? When it comes to that steak, when it comes to that Louis Vuitton, you ain't got no problem with that. Because that's valuable to you, right? And I think that as we begin to listen to programs like yours, we begin to waken up or to begin to see so that we can put our values in the proper perspective and place. And then everything else will fall in place. Because I tell this to people all the time. Water is still cheaper than alcohol. And it'll provide much more nutrients to everything around it, including you and I. But I guarantee, and I know you've been to the cookout, I know you've been to the family function, and you see somebody pass some water, and man, I don't want this, I want something good to drink. Ain't nothing gooder than water. Ain't nothing gooder than water. Because damn near everything came from it, including you and I. And as we begin to get the water of wisdom and understanding, knowledge of self, then we can tap into our organic self. And that's a whole lot better than anything that's fake. Because even Coca-Cola, we know how dirty and stinking Coca-Cola is. You can put it on a battery. Think about that. You can put it on a car battery, and we putting that in our body like it's Kool-Aid. And that we know how dangerous Kool-Aid is, right? But even they say in their advertising, can't nothing beat the real thing. And ain't nothing realer than us being who we were born to be by our Creator. So I celebrate you. I want to ask you this question. As I said all of that, what made you design your show to be so constructive, to be so organic, and to be so productive? Because, brother, that's almost alien in terms of our people, because our people have been conditioned to go for the style or go for the low-hanging fruit or to go for the easy sell rather than breaking down these complicated and very important subject matters that you talk about on each and every episode. Because it's not only people, and that's another thing people don't understand. A lot of programs, a lot of shows, they just show up and they pull up and they just start talking. But you actually do the research. You know what I'm saying? You actually search out information. This is not just, an hour program, a 2-hour program. This is a life's work. And, I think people really need to understand that so that they can see the difference.
Well, they had a scene in that movie, that X movie, the one that I hate. I told you I don't really like it at all, right? Where they had the character depicting the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was talking to Malcolm about the dirty glass, clean glass.
Mm-hmm.
In that instant, that's fine. In reality, there's one glass. You can't be in dire economic straits and be in bounty at the same time. So we had one glass. And over time, through neglect, that glass became sullen. It became putrid. It became irrecognizable as the clean glass that it once was.
Right.
So the duty and responsibility of the dirty glass is for someone to have enough intestinal fortitude to pick up the glass and recognize it in its filthy state and begin the laborious process of making it clean again.
Right.
It takes some elbow grease. It takes some detergent. It takes some scrubbing to break through the complex layers of filth and decadence that exists within the glass. And you cannot be dismayed in the cleaning process. You have to remember that amongst all of this wretchedness, there is a clean glass.
That's it.
And when you clean that glass and you see it return to its former glory, all of the effort that you put into it was worth it.
That's it.
So now when you show this glass to the people who remember it from its putrid state, they'll be like, man, that ain't the same glass. You went and bought a new glass. Conveniently, it became clean glass, dirty glass because nobody wanted to clean out the dirty glass, so they went and got a new glass.
Right.
And they began to pour into that glass, and that glass became dirty, and they began to pour in another glass, into another glass, into another glass. Now they have a dishwashing machine in the house because you don't want to touch your dishes.
Right.
You place more of your faith and will to have a positive or a clean outcome on an artificial creation versus your own technology. So when I was looking, brother said, I saw everything else that was going on, and I was like, there's no way in the world. I grew up in this community. I remember going to the lectures. I remember seeing Dr. Afrika. I remember seeing Dr. Ben. I remember seeing Dr. Khaled. I remember seeing Dr. Wilson. I remember seeing Dr. Wilson. I remember our scholars. I remember how they conducted themselves. My own mother, for my 10th birthday, I went with her to Harlem to get the Harriet Tubman Recipient Award. My own mother. That was my birthday present. She gave me Malcolm X Speaks. She gave me a Malcolm X button, dressed me up in a suit, and she took me with her to see her get an award for her work in the community. I have to go far to find that legacy. So I remember my mother. I remember my father. I remember brothers and sisters in the community who cared enough about the young black minds to teach us martial arts, to tell us stories, to take us on trips, to get us out of the environment that was engaged in Mortal Kombat all the time. Not no video game. Real life Mortal Kombat.
Real life.
To show us that there was more to us and in us than what our circumstances would readily be available to provide. So with all of that, in my hood, I had a responsibility. For the enemies of our people, I was O-Dog in the hood. And for the brothers and sisters that were righteous or seeking righteousness, I was Sharif in the hood. You see what I'm saying? So from a young age. So from my work as an at-risk youth to working with at-risk youth, there was no way in the world that I could formulate a program that I was going to present to the world and owe to my mother and my father and my ancestral generation and to my future generation simultaneously that would not be a proper representation that I came from a clean glass. You see what I'm saying? That I came from a clean glass that might have got dirty and speckled and spotted along the way, but I could apply that ingenuity of that elbow grease, of that detergent, and I could make it clean again. I could provide a platform that was wholesome and worth of value for our people to look at. That when they looked over there, they could see themselves without compromise. They could unapologetically be them. And if they didn't know them, they could learn about them. They could have a space where their ideas were celebrated, where their ideas were elevated, promoted, and venerated. How many times do you come up with an idea and you go to your loved ones and your loved ones tell you it ain't going to work?
Right.
So I had to replace their loved ones and love them more than their loved ones hated themselves because of their transgressions and say, come here. I'll promote you here. I'll celebrate you here. I'll listen to your story here. Come on over here. We need that because we know the greats, but there are 1,000 people behind the greats who have stories as well. We know Dr. Savior, right? Do we know Mama Pitt? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, in ode to my mother and her story and her science of healing, these stories needed to be told because she told us the greatest stories in the world. She told us our birth story and our naming story. She equipped us with the healing and the validation that we needed from within to prepare us for a life where we would not be celebrated, where we would not be validated, where it would be conflict, where everybody would keep holding up the dirty glass in front of our face. You talking about black people? You talking about these black people? This black people? This what you proud of? Look at what they doing in Africa. You telling me you in Africa?
Wow.
You understand what I'm saying?
Wow.
So they would show you this denigration, this devastation, and this defeat. They won't show you the celebration, the honor. They won't show you the insurrectionists. They won't show you the retributionaries. They won't show you those who defied the odds, unless it's a space of sport and play.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So this platform had a higher calling, even than my own self, even than what I could realize and actualize at the time. So 7 years later, closer to 3,000 episodes, as we approach this, this Black August will be our 7th year.
Wow.
These stories are more important. These stories needed to be told, When I had the conversation with Bill Duke, I interviewed Bill Duke, and I asked him about rejecting the notion of the word acting, actor and actress, and saying becoming, like we were speaking about earlier. He said, You don't act. You become these characters. You take on these personages. You owe them a life and a space. They come to you and take on form and shape inside of you. This is what you become. So now, if you know that this media has a mechanism to shape and mold you and decide what you become, what personages are you going to present for people to take on?
Wow.
I would give them George and Jonathan Jackson. That's why my name is Jonathan Jackson on social media. Because when they call Jonathan's name, he answers them. So an ode to Jonathan Jackson, an ode to that warrior spirit, and an ode to him believing the adage, none of you would truly believe until you want for your brother what you want for yourself. He wanted liberation, and his brother was in bondage. He could not live peacefully and in good conscience, knowing his father figure, the only father he ever knew. His father was killed when he was young. He had to go see him ever since he was young. He had to go visit him in a place, and he could never come home with him. So by the time he was 16, 17 years old, he had devised a plan to free his brother. So how many of us would see our brother and sister in this failing condition and not do anything about it? Tupac said, when we leave this place, we're going to walk by Brenda outside. We're going to step over her like we don't know her. So when he told us about Brenda, we didn't look at all of our sisters as Brenda. You see what I'm saying? So we didn't look at all of our brothers as George, all our brothers behind bars, that we was Jonathan looking for our father figures or our fathers behind bars, that they were captive and that we had a duty and responsibility to them. So the platform will begin to tell the story and share and hold the space for those who would be denigrated, who would be disrespected, and who would be forgotten. So in an ode to ancestral veneration, the platform exists to share the stories, to tell the stories, to champion Steve Coakley Sr. and hold a space for Steve Coakley Jr. He's still alive. You see what I'm saying? He's still around. He in Ghana. So like to tell those stories and be able to remember those who have been swept away by the revisionism of history now.
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. I had to let that sit and marinate for a second, because that's exactly what I believe the answer is, man, in terms of, everybody's looking for the answer. But I always say it's in understanding our story and respecting our ancestors. Not to, because I think a lot of times we go into imitation and emulation. People wear the garb and they throw the, fists up and they say, the rhetoric, and not understanding it's the spirit. It is understanding the understanding, so that we can begin to apply that wisdom to our particulars. Because I see brothers going back and forth, who, should we listen to Stokely? Should we listen to, this person? Should we, everything is the debate. Everything is the division. And that's why, I say this with respect, because whether we realize it or not, we go through the Chris Rock, the Will Smith all day long. Who is the best? Who's the GOAT? Who's this? Who's that? Who's got the best doctrine? Who had the best organization? It's a constant divide and conquer. But if you study, you really, really analyze and study, you begin to see that both of them had their positives and their negatives. They both had their design. And if we can balance out what works, right, and begin to use those things that are efficient and effective in our time and season, and begin to, those who disagree with us, find common ground and commonality, which is the basis of this program. Because we are stronger together than we are divided. And whether we accept Willie Lynch, the whole letter is real, and because black folk fight over that, it wasn't real, all this. And okay, all right, I got you. But can we take some wisdom from it. Because, Spider-Man, from my understanding, that might not be real, but you take your kids to it. You know what I'm saying? And Sonic the Hedgehog getting ready to come out. That ain't real from what I know, even though they've taken it from some African and some indigenous entities. But in of itself, it's not authentic. But we still go and sit and watch it, right? And we learn lessons from it.
Willie's still getting lynched, ain't he?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that we have to be pure in our willingness to solve our problems and stop being so pure in denigrating and dividing ourselves, right? And finding ways in which to criticize and critique. We got PhDs in, you know what I'm saying? But the ability to find ways in which we can create commonality, greater understanding, so we can begin to resolve and solve some of the issues berating and besetting our people. That's where we get really confused. And I don't think it's by accident. I think it's by design. And that's one of the reasons why, and I want to bring this into the conversation, because people will look at the program and they'll say, oh, well, a lot of people watching, or, oh, nobody cares, right? And it's not that. It's that the system, the social media engineering has made the reach to where it's almost impossible to be seen, right? And then at the same time, right? At the same time, they are subversively making folk afraid to hear us. Because you just said it. You said it's people you respected that you asked to come on the program. And they're like, no, I can't come on there. Because the Negro peeing in them is saying, I'm going to lose this, I'm going to lose that. This person going to get mad at me. I'm not going to be able to talk about this because I don't want to offend this. I don't agree with that. You understand what I'm saying? And all of those different things are going to come about. And they're going to go to wherever they go next and say they love Black people, or they support the community, or they want to see unity, or they want to see development. And what we have to become aware of is if you're unwilling to stand on what you believe, then you are never going to believe it strong enough to bring it into existence. Because your beliefs are not just words that you say and thoughts that you think. They must be conveyed in the display in which you use in the activities and the conscious deeds you do. Otherwise, it's just simply lip service. And I think that's the service that most of us have been confused by, because we'll see someone running their lips and we'll totally forget about how they move, how they groove, and how they do what they do. And that's where we lose. And I think that anybody who's watching this program or who will watch it on the replay needs to follow this brother and needs to make sure that they listen to the program. You might not agree with everything that any of his guests say, but we don't want you to agree with everything. That's not the point. The point is to open your ears and hear so that you can now begin to receive, right, some information that you can then begin to discern if it's effective for you in your situation. But I think a lot of times we get caught up in the algorithm and we only hear the echo. And that echo is going to keep us in bondage. I'll say this because you brought this up, brother. It was so beautiful. So many of my brothers and sisters have been incarcerated. And that's not by accident. That's by design. Because if you look at the 13th Amendment, you see that that was critically and importantly a natural and effective way to continue to perpetuate the inequality and the disparities, but even more importantly, to make a people believe that they're inferior. Because when you make me believe I'm inferior, then I'll accept disrespectful treatment. And then I'll actually go to seek it out, as we all quote Carter G. Woodson saying, if a man doesn't see himself as a man, then he'll create ways in which to show his inferiority or his subhuman nature. But it's interesting to me as we begin to talk about, do we need Black history and all this madness, right? It's interesting to me that the brother wrote other books And we never sit back and study what he wrote. You know, we just read the Miseducation as if that was the only thing he wrote. Numerous books, and I want people to study it. I'm not going to say it because people will say it and they'll just take it. Oh, he wrote this book, but never read the book. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to sound deep and they want to make people think that they know something they have no idea upon. And the reality of it is that we have to do the work. And that's what the brother was really talking about. Because if you even read Miseducation, he wasn't talking about everybody becoming speakers or podcasters and all this other madness. No, he was talking about regular folk doing regular things for righteous reasons and to become the best that we could be wherever we are in whatever station that we're in. And I see so many people, they want to be successful, they want to be this, they want to have platforms, they want to have this, they want to have that. And you're not doing the work. You ain't doing the work. You're not doing what it takes. But yet you want the rewards. And I'm saying that is a sign of sickness. A sign of sickness, because you know as well as I do, and I'll close out my mouth after I say this. Our people in those fields, whether it was sugar canes, tobacco fields, rice fields, cotton fields, wherever they happen to be, even if they were in the big house, right, or in the industrial textile, they worked. They worked from sun up to sundown. And most of the labor that they conveyed, and displayed, they didn't get paid. Or if they did, they got very little, right? And I think about that many times. I say, wow, that's terrible. But then Spirit enlightens me to this, is that they knew that they were making a way for you and me. And I think about the sacrifice. I think about the sacrifice of that. To say, you know what? I don't want to do this. I could kill one of these white folks. You know what I'm saying? I could run off, right? But with that being the best interest of what's most important, of what matters the most and makes the biggest difference long term. So I'm going to make this work. And they were strong and strengthened. Many of them probably submitted, I don't know. But what I do know is those who didn't, did it not because they were weak or scared or punk, but because they knew that you and I would be sitting in these chairs talking about this. And hopefully somebody out there would listen so that they would do what your mother and your father did to you, and to say, boy, you didn't come here for yourself. You are not here for your own vanity. You are here because someone in your family knew you would be here, and they needed you to be here so that you could do what they were unable to do. But the only reason why you can do what you do is that they did what they did. And the best way to honor them is not by getting some fat chain that you call, a diamond, or platinum, or gold, or Cuban link, whatever, or whip that you ride around with us, a Benz, BMW, all that foolishness. But the best thing you can do is to be the best you can be for your people, so that you create greater opportunities for those who come after you. You mentioned Moses, man. And it's so funny to me because when I read and I sit down with, Hebrew scholars, and I'm not just talking about, the ones who act like they are, but I'm talking about the ones that really are, if you catch my drift. And they always talk about Ben. Ben was the last name, so to speak, right? And they say Ben Joseph, or Ben Yachanan, or Ben Elijah. And I always would ask her, why is the Ben? What would that be used for? Why wouldn't they just have last names, Johnson or Smith or Jackson? But they wouldn't have those names because Jackson was an indicator of you coming from a family, particularly white men, right? But they did this because they knew that you came from someone, from somewhere, and from a time and season that you didn't have the privy of witnessing and living in. but that was a sign and symbol and a directive to get you to remember it's not all about you. You are a part of a system, of a structure that in English we call family. And that family is not just a name, it's a legacy. So I say that to say all of those folks saying they're going to create generational wealth, they want to break generational curses, and they want to have generational money. No, you already have it. You just have to remember who you are and where you came from, because those people had it and it was taken from them more than likely, stolen from them possibly, right? Deceived and exploited by guarantee. And it's your responsibility and mine to learn it. So not only can we earn it back, but we can pay it forward. And we can make it something that it's supposed to be. And not a moment of us highfalutin and acting like we deep. Because you and I mean, you're a profound brother. I know I'm a miscreant. But it's a way for us to say thank you to our people. It's a way for us to say we're a part of something bigger than ourselves. And we are divine. Not because we're so beautiful and so fine, but because we have a story that represents sacrifice, that represents charity, that represents dedication to your dedications and commitment to your commitments. Because I know and understand, my brother, because I heard you talk about, the sacrifices your mother and father have made, not only made you and your siblings, but it's also made a way for you to do what you're doing now and how you're giving what you're giving. And I think that is a beautiful thing that doesn't need a statue or a certificate. It's beautiful, it happens. But I think the commitment that you're committed to and doing this program is in some small semblance a way in which to say thank you. And those that come forth from, whether it be from your loins or from your last name or from some spiritual wisdom, whether they glean it from you or someone on your program, hopefully they'll take that information and do the same in their time and season. Because I don't believe that these people always say, oh man, you got this many people watching. I don't care about all that. Man, I'm doing this for 500 years from now. 100 years from now, it's going to be a youngster. This pops up and finds this and says, damn, there were some real ones out there. There were some ones that committed themselves to something that was deeper than this fool. And they loved their people more than they loved their vanity. And there you go. And those were the things that I saw when I watched, the stories, even of X. I know you don't really care for it, but even in all of that madness, and it was pure madness. And we can get on Spike, and we can get on, all of the ones that were producing it, and even Bill Cosby had something to do with it. But I like to think about it from the perspective of, with all of this darkness, the light of El Hajj Malik Shabazz could not be filtered out. And just like you mentioned that cup, because they tried to put as much darkness as they could in it. At the end of this, I am Malcolm X. I am Malcolm X. They had kids in Africa, in South Africa, in Harlem, in Nebraska, saying, I am Malcolm X. And I was saying it while I was watching the film on VHS. I'm rewinding back, I am Malcolm X. And I remember how that felt to say that. And I'm like, this brother been dead 30 years when I watched that. You know what I'm saying? And now he been dead, longer than he was alive, man. And his legacy still lives on. So I salute you, brother, and I thank you for what you're doing. Please let people know how they can tap into the program, and you can share anything else you want to share as we get ready to close out.
I definitely want to thank you again for creating this safe haven for my conscious mindset to meet with your conscious mindset. You
Sure.
know, remarkable journey. And I see I had some of my brothers on here, Bob Marcus Klein. I saw my brother Dr. Inky, here a week ago, and I
Yeah.
see that the program continues to progress, and you allow those progressive, practical, action-oriented minds to come on here as well to, engage our conscious mindset. So it's a beautiful platform. And as I said, the greatest way to support me is to support this platform because this is one of the few places that I could actually go. Oftentimes on my platform, it's more about the guest and more about the person that's on the platform more so than it is me. So every once in a while, it's good to engage, and sharing ideas. And we celebrate. Every day is a celebration. You caught us on a few of the celebrations and came through yourself. It's like I had to stop what I was doing and come on. You see what I'm saying? So it's a beautiful thing. We have to celebrate ourselves, and we celebrate it for the people who will watch versus who won't. So there's a bunch of things going on, and this summer is going to be very, very impactful in regards to changing the trajectory back to storytelling and a narrative that's befitting for us. So, you'll see me with some other people, as we continue to move and motivate, from the spring to the summer. As we spring forward into the summer situation, I'll be hitting you up with some other folk that, we're going to honor. We're going to reclaim our art form. We're going to reclaim our people and reissue that charge to them, recharge them, and to remember those divine principles and go back to their why and what they wanted to accomplish and change their narrative and change their message. And those who were unwavering in the change, who continue to hold their bloodstained banner real high, we're going to celebrate them and push them, and we're going to be doing that in person. So I have more details with that in June, July, August, and September as it's confirmed right now for those months. So going to be amazing.
I just want to say this, man. You guys start coming on every month. You know what I'm saying? We just do this because I think this is what people need, because I realize, you know what I'm saying, just over the course of this week especially, like we have to change the narrative. You know what I mean? Like we have to change the narrative, because what we saw is not just, people gravitating to nonsense and foolishness and drama, but we also see how it's extremely important to criminalize African men, especially. You know what I'm saying? Last week we saw Sister Brown, and I know people have issues, with a lot of things, but what I think we need to be more focused on is that a Black woman that's accomplished, that's done everything they've asked her to do, was denigrated, disparaged, and despicably treated. And regardless of how we feel about your person, that's something we need to fight about in the house. You know what I'm saying? But when we get out in the streets, we need to be on unified front and say, nah, man, hold up. You ain't finna do our sister like this. Now, hold up. Yeah, we got issues with her. We're going to deal with that later. But you ain't finna operate this way with her. And I think that at the same time, with the brothers, what they got going on is that, hey, we'll deal with that. But we don't need y'all dealing with that, because you have not earned the right. You have not earned the ability to be able to criminalize or to condemn, because your criminal activities are still going on today. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my thought on it, my brother. But definitely, I want you to come back if you're able.
I ain't but a phone call or inbox away for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, my
no
brother.
Place like home.
No place like home. All the time. All the time. All right, my brother. Peace and blessings, man. We're gonna get out this thing. All right, take care. That's the one and only, man. That's knowledgebornallah. Genius. please make sure you reach out to that brother. Thank you for all of those who are watching it live as well as on the replay. We wanted to close out. Please make sure you tap into the Vegan Chef Showcase 5/1/2022. We're going to address and tackle pre-diabetes, diabetes, heart disease, high cholesterol. We're going to tackle all of those different things. We're going to have some experts and some really great individuals who are going to break down news you can use, flavor you can save, and you definitely need to tell a neighbor about this one. You'll see more information on the show as we get closer and closer to the date. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it other than keep shining your light bright. And if you want to get a little bit more light, a little bit more love, you can go to youarepowerfultoday.com, grab a book, or you grab the ebook. It's all good. It might say it's on back order. I got a couple books left. You know what I'm saying? I can send it to you, or you can always hit that Cash App to get one. All right. Peace and blessings. We'll see you next week.